Hey everybody, welcome. We are still a little bit early here, so we'll start at the half hour. We got about 15, 16 minutes to go, but see everybody chiming in the chat. So far, Nebraska, the big winner out of our first 200 attendees, but we're expecting over 9,000 people registered today. So still a little bit early, a lot of people checking in. If you want to join that chat, it is pollev.com/virtual summit. And you can also chat here. I'm seeing all the public chats and the shout outs there as well. So welcome, Doug, Donna, Davia, all the D's in a row there. Nicely done. Katie, Sarah, great to see you. And we're streaming live on YouTube as well. So here's a little pro tip. If you are working from home today, you can pull up YouTube app on any smart TV, and you can hop on over there, find the Sandler Virtual Summit 2021. I'll paste the link in the chat here for you as well. But if you go find that on your TV, you can sit back, relax, enjoy the broadcast today, and you can chime in on YouTube with live chats over there as well, and I can see those or participate in these polls on the screen. Finally, if you're in North America, you can type 22333 and text Virtual Summit to that number, and then you'll be in on all these polls as we come through going forward. So still got quite a bit to go, about 15 minutes to showtime. We'll kick some more tunes and welcome everybody as they come in, but we'll see you shortly. Thanks for coming. Hey, everybody. Once again, welcome. We're about 10 minutes to go time. I know we had some challenges there with international time zones and daylight savings time. So we appreciate you joining early here, but we'll start right on time at the half hour here in about 10 minutes. In the meantime, a couple of things that you should know. You can certainly join our poll here. Nebraska still coming in hot and winning, second to Maryland, where our Sandler home office is. A lot of people checking in from there. Welcome. And all around the world. So I know it'll get late for the UK and it's already early on the West Coast, but we appreciate everybody jumping in here today. We had over 9,000 people register from around the world. So it'll be quite a fun time and a great chance to broadcast with you. You can go ahead and drop shout outs in the chat as well, or over on the YouTube, there's a live chat and I'll keep my eye on that for people watching over on the YouTube channel. And as I mentioned a few minutes ago, pro tip. If you go to YouTube on your TV, any smart TV, YouTube app, search for Sandler Virtual Summit 2021. You should be able to find our live broadcast and watch it right on the old big screen. And that way you can enjoy a nice, comfortable chair if you are working from home and enjoy the broadcast today. So again, thank you for coming. We have a ton of great stuff planned for you today. A packed schedule. Dave Matson, president and CEO of Sandler Training. Some of our best-selling authors like Bill Bartlett with the Sales Coach's Playbook, Jody Williamson with the Contrarian Salesperson, and award-winning trainers from around the country here in the United States chiming in today. So thank you for joining. We'll have lots for you to do and participate. You can chime in the chat. I'll keep my eye on those and say hi to everybody joining. Good luck. We'll see you here in about 8 minutes. 8 minutes to go time. Hey, everybody. It is now 3 minutes to go time. It's our final countdown here. So welcome. Thank you for coming. We have over 1,000 people already logged in, but we had over 9,000 register. So lots of people to come in here in the next few minutes. I'll be kicking it off right here at the half of the hour to get things started. Thanks for shouting out. Join the chat. It's pollev.com/virtual summit. And you can participate in our polls and break activities that we go through today. We got a big program for you. So 30-minute quick hitting, heavy hitting with lots of action items in our talks today. And we're going to hear from some of our best trainers from around the country. So really looking forward to that. Big thank you to Nebraska for chiming in and coming in early for the webinar today. Florida and Maryland as well. I see a lot of Michigan and Texas there. You can chime in the chat. You can use that virtual poll or over on YouTube Live. We are broadcasting there. So if for any reason Zoom doesn't work for you, or you'd have a better experience watching the broadcast over on YouTube Live, you can pull that up on your smart TV in the YouTube app. You can pull it up on any browser or your phone as well. Just go to YouTube and hit Sandler Virtual Summit 2021. You should be able to find us there, or find the YouTube channel for Sandler Worldwide. Also, lots of great offers for you today. So I'll share more of these here in a minute, but we have a brand new book from Dave Matson, the president and CEO of Sandler Training. It's Scaling Sales Success, and you can find that at sandler.com/Dave's book. And we have a brand new research survey out as well. So if you want to take part in our new research study for this quarter, it's at sandler.com/survey for the What Buyers Want Sandler Research Center survey. And share your tweets today at Sandler Training, #Sandler Summit, at Sandler Training, #Sandler Summit. And last year we were live in Orlando, and we were trending, I think, above Ellen DeGeneres, but below the coronavirus in the first week of March last year. So don't forget to tweet us at Sandler Training, #Sandler Summit. You can do that on LinkedIn and Facebook and everything else as well. So, check it out. Enjoy the poll. Tell us where you're from. Welcome. And we will see you soon. Getting started here in 1 minute.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome your host, Mike Montague.
Hey, everybody. Again, great to see you. I know a bunch of you have already heard me chime in here as we were waiting, getting ready to roll, but we are now over 2,500 attendees at the summit. So a bunch of you haven't met me yet. I'm Mike Montague, Global Head of Content at Sandler, and your host for the 2021 Virtual Summit. We are super excited to do this today. Normally, we do it live in Orlando, but we couldn't make that happen this year. But the upsides, pandemic pluses, are that we get way more of you to join us today. So thank you for chiming in. If you want to share the link with anybody, it is up on YouTube Live. So you can watch on your smart TV, or you can share that link on YouTube with anybody else that you would like to have watch us today, and participate in the virtual summit. Some great speakers coming up, a great lineup: David Matson, Bill Bartlett, one of our best-selling authors of the Sales Coaches Playbook, Jody Williamson, author of The Contrarian Salesperson, and some of our most entertaining and educational trainers from around the country, all the way from California to New York City today. We're going to hit Chicago twice. I'm in Kansas City, so welcome. Thanks, everybody, for coming. We're going to have a great time. My job here as the host is to make sure that you have the best experience possible. So Again, you can check out here in Zoom, but if you have any trouble with Zoom, flip over to the YouTube channel at Sandler Worldwide. You can find that event. You can use the chat here to participate or the chat over on YouTube. I have them both up. We'll also do some interactive polls and have some fun and games as we go along. And you can follow us and use the hashtag Sandler Summit at Sandler Training on all social media accounts. We'll be following those and answering your questions there as well. Now, we also have all kinds of interaction planned today. So we're going to take breaks about every hour or so. We'll start on time and end on time for each of the speakers. So if you want to check out and come back, you can do that. We're also recording all of the sessions. So we'll put those inside of Sandler Online in the Sandler e-learning library. So if you go to Sandler.com, you can find the login link for Sandler Online, and the sessions will be up there, I would say, next week. We'll send you some follow-up notices and let you know when the recordings are up there too. But you can take any screenshots that you want, but you don't have to worry about being too crazy with the notes because we'll give you the recordings, or if you miss anything, that's okay too. We know we got a long day planned for you, but hopefully you can stay the whole time. It'll get a little late in the UK. It's already a little early on the West Coast, but really, again, we appreciate you joining us from all around there. Next tip, don't forget to do the work. We're going to share a ton of great ideas today, but ideas won't make you any money. We're in sales and leadership and business, which means we have to implement those actions and we have to apply the stuff that we learned today to make sure that we get the most out of the summit. So you're investing a lot of time. I would say 3,000 people's hourly rate invested here right now in what we're doing at the summit. So make sure you use these ideas and you get a great return on investment. A couple of things we want to do to give back to you for showing up is you can subscribe to the How to Succeed podcast on iTunes, Google Play, or Spotify. I host that podcast, and there's a new episode every week. So you can get a great Sandler tip, hear from other experts and authors around the world that we interview every Monday. Check those out on your favorite podcast app, How to Succeed podcast, iTunes, Google Podcasts, or Spotify. And we have a brand new book out, Scaling Sales Success. You can find it at sandler.com/Dave's book. Dave Matson, our president and CEO, will be up first here, and he has a brand new book out. It's called Scaling Sales Success, about how you grow and manage a world-class sales team. Some great tips in there. Make sure you check that out as well. Now, before we jump into Dave and what we have going on, I wanted to share a couple of tips with you. I think it's really important that we cover the Sandler success triangles right off the bat today, because some of you may be familiar with these and have been longtime clients for over 25, 30 years, but some of you are brand new today. And at Sandler, when we think about how do we reach ultimate success, how do we get momentum going here in 2021, there's really three keys to this. So number one is your attitude. You have to believe that success is possible. When you have a great supportive attitude, you do some of the right things, and that's our behavior triangle. So when you're doing the right thing at the right time, you build momentum, you build consistency, you get the ball rolling, and you learn as you go along, which improves your technique. So that's our third triangle, is how you actually go about performing your role in sales or management. And those are critical because they all feed into each other. So when you're listening today, listen for these three buckets. When you hear our speakers, listen for new attitudes, maybe new beliefs that you should have about sales or leadership. Then look for new behaviors. What should you start doing? What should you stop doing as you learn from our speakers today? And then finally, techniques. Everybody loves the tips, tricks, and hacks, the ways to do some things a little bit differently. I know Jody Williamson today is going to be talking about virtual selling 2.0. He's going to have a ton of great techniques about how you can use technology and leverage new tools and interesting things to sell remotely and virtually. A lot of great techniques there, but we need something in every single bucket. So here's the interesting part. When we're talking about momentum and gaining speed and finding success in 2021, start with your attitude. When you get your attitude right and you believe success is possible, that things are opening back up again, you're ready to slingshot into the new normal and have some fun, that creates a commitment to your behavior. You decide that you're going to be successful. You start doing those right things. And then if you take action enough and consistently and you move forward towards your goals, that consistency builds your technique. You learn to overcome obstacles. So commitment leads to consistency. And then finally, your technique feeds your attitude. So it spirals upwards here. When you get better at something, it builds confidence, which gives you better attitude, which gives you better commitment, which gives you more consistency. And this can spiral upwards. This can really get you going here in 2021, but it also works the other way. So if you wake up and you have a bad attitude and you don't feel like doing it, or you don't believe success is possible, then your commitment starts dropping, and then your consistency starts waning. You don't make as many calls as you should. You didn't follow up with your team like you wanted. And then your technique fails because you get sloppy and you're not fired up about what's going on, and your confidence drains because your results drop. So it's your choice. You get to choose whether you want to spiral, gain traction, gain momentum, and find success this year, or whether you're going to struggle and you're going to fight this year and you're going to grind and you're going to make it really hard and you're not going to find success this year. So I think the choice is pretty obvious here. Hopefully we give you lots of takeaways here in the buckets of attitude, behavior, and technique. But now I want to check your attitude. So if you go to polev.com/virtual summit, or you text virtual summit to 22333, then you can text another word. And I just want one word. What does sales mean to you? If you were going to share one word about sales, what would it be? I love these coming in first here. Fun, convincing, success, action, opportunity. Success, if you hit one that's already on there, you'll blow it up, so you can give a thumbs up and a vote on those. Helping is a great word for success. Freedom definitely comes with sales as well. I appreciate that. Everybody chiming in. These are great. Helping still coming in at number one. I like that. Success, rewarding. I saw that in there. Connections, great. Paycheck, great. Profit, great. Rewarding, trust. Collaboration, great word there. I see those in the chat as well. You can chime in the chat or on the YouTube live chat. Partnership, drive, lots of great words here for sales. I really appreciate you chiming in and helping me out here. Define sales in one word. Helping, still number one. Success, freedom, opportunity, relationships, growth. Wow, that's amazing. That gets me fired up, and it gets me excited to see what we will do next. So again, on behalf of everybody here at Sandler Training, it took a lot to put this together and put on, but we now have almost 4,000 people watching live, and it's super fun for us. Hopefully the day will be super fun and rewarding for you. So thank you to everybody behind the scenes. We got a lot of producers and a lot of people setting up, scheduling all of these speakers and the speakers themselves helping us out today, but most importantly, you for attending. So welcome to the 2021 Virtual Summit. We are going to throw it over to Dave Matson talking about the road to recovery in 2021. So Dave Matson, if you don't know, is our president and CEO. He has about 7 best-selling books now. The brand new one, Scaling Sales Success, is available now. Go to sandler.com/Dave's books. But it looks like we're ready to kick this thing off. So let's roll it. Let's do it. Welcome to the 2021 Virtual Summit. Good luck, everybody.
First thing that I'm just challenging you to do over the next 2 days is to sit back and say, I'm great at what I do, but what do I need to do to go to the next level in tomorrow's environment?
To unleash the full power of the federal government through this effort today.
In Florida this morning, a second death confirmed in Miami-Dade
cases
County.
joining California.
Thank you for joining us. Tonight, the United States has reached yet another devastating and unthinkable moment.
Not relying on yesterday's successes. Recommitting to the behaviors necessary, not just to survive, but to thrive during these times. For Sandler-trained salespeople, obstacles became doors of opportunity.
Succeed at scaling sales success.
Empowered with the attitude to embrace new tools and stay the course. The patience and resilience to achieve prosperity. For over 5 decades, we have embraced these principles. It has led to our growth. It has conducted us through adversity. We can be your guide and champion of success. Welcome to the 2021 Virtual Sandler Summit.
President and CEO of Sandler, David Matson.
Hey, thanks, Mike. Hi, I'm Dave Matson. Welcome to our Sandler clients and those who are not clients but are with us today to really get some actionable tactics and strategies that Sandler's known for, so you can take them back to wherever you are around the world and whatever you sell, but you can take those actionable tactics and strategies back into your marketplace so you could utilize them in today's ever-changing environment. You know, talking about ever-changing environments, last year, about this time, we had 1,500 people at our annual client summit. What is that? That's 2 days of just intense learning tracks for sales leaders, CEOs, and salespeople. It's fantastic. But obviously, the world has changed. We find ourselves in a different environment, as you do. And so we appreciate you joining us and spending the time your afternoon with us here today. We'll make sure that we deliver things that, again, you could use day in, day out. You know, over the last year, you, like me, I've read hundreds of articles about what's going to happen. What do we see in the future? You know, and everybody is looking into that crystal ball. It started off by, this is what you need to do in the next 3 months, from March, let's say, over to June. And then it's here, this is how you really should be thinking about finishing Q3, Q4. And then it was, oh, hey, this is what it's going to look like from this point forward. I'm even reading articles now that say, this is what you need to do for the next 12 months, 24 months. I mean, we're looking way out, right? The question is, who really knows? What are the patterns? Well, the pattern that I've been able to see, and maybe you've seen different patterns, is that everybody has an opinion. Everybody has an opinion, and they don't jive. Everyone sees something different depending on their backgrounds and what maybe they're selling. So their opinion has to do with whatever products or service that they have. But in sales, what we do know is that you can't take opinions to the bank, right? No one can go cash an opinion. So what we're going to do over the next couple hours, we're not going to spend any time on what could be, what maybe is going to happen. We're going to spend time on the things that you could use regardless of what happens, right? Who doesn't matter, because we don't know. And that's really what we've narrowed this down to. We went in the Sandler Vault, we came out, we've got thousands of hours of content. Last year alone, you know, we did over 4,000 boot camps. So we have spent a lot of time training our 31,000 people during the COVID pandemic. So we've got a lot of best practices, and we want to take those and share those with you today on the ones that you could use regardless of what the future looks like. And that's our goal. You know, when we talk about that for a second, it leads me to this Sandler rule that you see, because you know, yes, we're not going to talk about things that could be, that are out of our control. And the Sandler rule that kind of applies here is that you can't manage anything that you can't control. I love that rule. You know, David Sandler gave us a set of rules because he realized that the sales world is, you know, so in flux. You can't necessarily say this is the one script that works every single time. It doesn't work every single time. But what he did give us is, if you're in this scenario, here's how you think about certain things. We call them the Sandler rules. This is one of the Sandler rules, which is you can't manage anything that you can't control. So let's peel that back. What does it mean for those that maybe are not Sandler clients with us today? It only means is there's a ton of stuff that's out of your control. We've already talked about that. We don't know what the future is going to look like, right? We can't control who's going to buy. We can't control when they're going to buy. We can't control what's going on in our competitive landscape. We can't control or even deal with, let's say, what's going on with the changing environment within our own prospect base. There's a lot of things that we cannot control. So why focus on those things? You can't control it. The more you focus on it doesn't mean the more that you can control. It just means the more you're going to get spun up on things that you can't control. So what could you control? Well, if you step back for a second, you can control your own behavior. I can't control outcome. I control my own behavior. I can control what I'm going to do in this environment every single day. Let me give you some examples. Let's say for a second, or just for an instance, you have a $20 million quota, okay? So you've been given a $20 million quota. Can you control who buys and when they buy or when you're going to hit your quota? I would say you can't. You can't. Now, some of us could sit down and say, well, I kind of know where 12 million of the 20 is coming from, but the rest of it is who knows. So what do? We work really hard and we do all these things. We're running around in 1,000, different directions, trying to make sure that we hit that goal. And that's great. But 90% of that you can't control. If we were to use this rule and create what we call a behavioral plan here at Sandler or a cookbook, really what that does is it reverse engineers your sales process. Because think about $20 million. How many customers do you need? How many presentations? And you go all the way down your funnel until it's the part that you can control, right? So for instance, how many outbound calls am I making per day? How many existing customers do I need to talk to in a given day or a given week? How many ex-clients should I call to see if I could get them back into the fold? How many partners should I be introducing into my client base? Because I know that I've got to land and expand and the team sell is going to really help me. How many LinkedIn referral letters should I be sending? Those are things that you could control, because if in fact you made the appropriate amount of calls, the appropriate amount of touch calls to net new opportunities, also to my existing ecosystem, and I'm getting enough referrals from LinkedIn, and I'm doing all those things, then by default, I will hit my goal. It also allows you the flexibility, because if all these behaviors are not having the result, then either A, we don't have the right types of behaviors or enough of them, or I've got to change how I say certain things. It's a training and a coaching problem, but it's very easy to become a scientist. Otherwise, I may look and I'm 6 months into it. I'm not even close to my $20 million goal. And what am I going to say? It's a bad marketplace. Oh, my competitors lowering their prices all the time. Well, okay, that's going to happen anyways. So it allows you to adjust based on what's going on. Within our own company here at Sandler, we adjust our cookbook every 90 days because things are changing so rapidly. And a lot of things we didn't see coming, regardless of how much time that you spend on looking out what's going on in the competitive marketplace. So we're constantly adjusting. We're being scientists on the things that we have to do. Because if I'm doing all those things every day, then which I can control, then I have a much higher probability of hitting that goal. So let's use a social example. Let's say, for instance, we wanted to lose 50 pounds, right? So now I want to lose 50 pounds. All right, well, I could say, hey, I want to lose 50 pounds. I also could say, hey, I'm going to go weigh myself every single day, and I'm going to freak out that it's either happening or not happening. But if I created a behavioral plan that when I'm talking about, here's what would happen. I would say, I've got to lose some weight, 50 pounds. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a healthy breakfast. I'm going to have a snack to make sure my metabolism's always running. I'm going to have a bigger lunch, and I'm going to have a healthy lunch. And then I'm going to have less of a dinner because I know that I'm just going to go to sleep after dinner, so that's not so good. I'm also going to do a little of exercising. So I'm going to walk around my neighborhood once a day. And I'm not going to have 7 different slices of pie and cake along with my bowls of ice cream every single night. I'm going to cut that out. And if I do that every day, then what will happen? I will start shedding the weight because it's cause and effect. My behavior is I've caused, the effect is that I'm going to hit my goal. And the same thing holds true here. So as you go through these things, always realize there's a million things out of your control, but create a behavioral plan for yourself so you can control your destiny. Look, I've been asked a bunch of times, hey, Dave, has the buying process changed? And it has, but it hasn't as well. I mean, people are still buying. People are still buying from people, right? All that's there. But Are there more people involved in the buying process? Chances are yes. Why? Well, because instead of getting everybody together for a face-to-face meeting some people had to fly into, now all it is that I can jump on a 1-hour Zoom call. So more people are involved. Are they making enterprise decisions now versus siloed individual decisions for your buyer? Yeah, there's a lot of consolidation going on. Buyers are trying to figure out, how do I leverage what we're buying so we can then leverage it over the enterprise? Do I have to make sure that I'm hammering ROI? Yeah, you do, because people want to make sure that their investments have a huge ROI and it's just not solving something that's not important, which means that you've got to drive impact with your buyer. Do I want a monkey's paw? So for those that are not Sandler clients, a monkey's paw is a smaller sale. So if I'm going to go sell a $1 million, let's say, piece of software, is there something that I could get them to say yes to for a much lower number? Maybe it's a $100,000 starter or trial or a study. The reason why we want to do that, of course, is because then we get to, right, reduce that buyer-seller anxiety that's going on. Now I'm inside, I'm a trusted advisor, I get to ask a ton of questions, and it's much easier for me to build that conviction within my buyer for us to make that bigger sale. That is the number one strategy for us here at Sandler. Always go for a foot in the door, because we know that our product, our service is awesome, and we will get the rest of the business. You have to decide if any of these things are applicable for you. And quite frankly, you'll probably come up with 5 or 6 things that apply to your business by itself. We all can do that. But the question is, yes, is the buying journey changing? Probably. But what are you doing? What are you doing to react to that? If anything, what are you doing? Well, I mean, if you look at it here, there's a couple things that you can probably say, right? So one is, all right, well, what I'm doing now is I got somebody says to me, 71% of the sales force out there, the companies are saying, I'm changing the way that I go to the market. 71%. So what that does mean is we've looked at the buyer network, we've looked at the buyer journey, we've seen the changes in the competitive landscape, we've seen all the things that are going on within our company and the changing pain points within our buyer, and we've adjusted. We have sat down as a team, 3/4 of us that are here today. There's close to 10,000 of us here today. That means 3/4 of us sat down as a team and said, based on the buyers, the buying journey, based on changing pains potentially that our buyers are facing, based on what our competitors are doing, based on where we see opportunities, what would we adjust in our sales process? What would we adjust? Are there new pains coming up that we need to focus in on? Are we going to change our LinkedIn drips? Are we going to add videos? Because statistically now that's more appealing as far as, results, people responding to your outbound messaging. What are they? The list goes on and on and on of all the things that you could do. So that means the majority of us have sat down and done all that. Now, of course, once we've done that, you've got to go back and match, right, the methodology, your tactics and strategies to say, well, how am I going to become better at this new tweaks that we've done for our sales process? So that's great. Here's what makes me nervous. I don't think 71% of the people or the organizations have really sat down and changed their sales process. I don't think they've really looked at what's going on. Where is the puck going? What are some of the things that we need to do in order to stay ahead of the market, to stay ahead of what our clients are facing with brand new pains that maybe we didn't have to deal with last time? I think what's really going on is that a lot of companies, and again, we train 31,000 a year, I think a lot of companies have sat down and said, we need to now sell virtual. Okay, that's obvious, right? And that's what they're calling, we've changed our sales process. That's what you've changed is how you are interacting with your buyer. You haven't changed your sales process. That's only you've changed your approach to engage your buyer. And that, in my opinion, is not good enough. It's not good enough to just say, we're going to do everything that we did last year or the year before, but we're now doing it on Zoom only. Okay, great. but that's not the answer. So you have to question, are you one of the 71 percenters that actually did sit down and make that shift or not? So here's some of the research that came out of our Sandler Research Center, which tells me maybe it's not true. And by the way, if you're not involved in the Sandler Research Center, you should be. So talk to your Sandler, your Sandler consultant trainer, ask them to get on that list. Certainly you can ping us, ping me on LinkedIn. I'm happy to get you involved in that. All you have to do is just, hey, help us with the research, and you get all of the information, which is what is vitally important to sales leadership and sales people. But look at some of these stats here, right? If 71% of the people say, yes, I've made a shift, well, I've got 63% of leaders saying I have not adjusted my strategy or my approach. So that means the way that I manage, how I manage, when I manage, who I manage has not changed. So it begs the question, how is the other part true? Because all that simply says is that as a sales manager, I'm moving out 1,000 miles a minute. I'm trying to keep my hands around all the things that are going on, making sure that we're still driving revenue in a time that is so important, and it's hard to predict. It's hard to predict. I haven't changed the way that I'm doing business. Look, there are two main pain points with every senior leader that I talk to. Pipeline hygiene, right? Pipeline hygiene, and how do I then land and expand? Those are the two big pain points. And if you think about sales leadership for a second, is it shocking that some of us haven't changed our approach? No. I think sales leadership is the hardest job in any organization. I mean, you've got so many things going on, and now you've got to change through COVID. The world has dramatically changed. There's many of us come into sales management without a lot of training. Really what's happened is there was an opening, you were a top producer, and they said to you, please become the sales leader and replicate yourself. Now, if you need me, I'm here. That's what your senior leadership said. But in essence, it's go and figure it out. Now, I know that's a little dramatic, and you would say, oh, that's not really what happened to me. But it is, for the most part, what happened to most of us. So not shocking. Well, how about this next one? That 68% of the people have not got any training on how to coach or manage remotely. So let's figure that out. Some of us manage a team that was right in front of us. We could jump in at will when we heard something or we saw something, or people just walked into our office because we had an open door policy and said, hey, I'm about to go on a call. What should I do? Well, we should do this, this, and this. So all that instantaneous reactive stuff is gone. It's gone. So of course, many of us haven't changed the way that we're doing things because we haven't been trained to do that. And then if I peel back the onion a little more, it also says that we don't have a plan to upskill or cross-skill. So if we need to change our sales process, you need to upskill and cross-skill your people. There are different things going on with all the things that we've talked about and all the things that you see. For you to think about, my people have 25 years experience, they can do it. Don't worry about it. They'll be successful. Our clients love us. That's a lot of assumptions, I'm sure it's true for your company, but for the majority of salespeople, it's a changing world. It always changes. And so we look at this as sales leaders and we say, okay, well, I get it, but what about salespeople? Well, sales, look, we have the same issues here. These are 3 troubling statistics that came out of recent research that we did at the Sandler Research Center. 92% of us are saying, I need help. I'm not that good at upselling and cross-selling. All right. Well, again, remember 2 main pain points that I told you for senior leaders: pipeline hygiene, upsell, cross-sell. Why is it so important? Well, let's just sit back and look at it logically. It's much less expensive for us to sell existing happy customers. If they're not happy customers, they wouldn't allow us to upsell or cross-sell, right? So we already have inside knowledge. We know what the issues are because we already have products and services there. We already have that trust and conviction that we are good partners. We have all of those things. We understand the business problems. All we need to do now is get invited into other parts of the organization and take that knowledge that we have of the organization and apply the appropriate product or service to solve that problem, to make sure that we have created impact for that organization. So we can do that. Now, the fears, of course, are that we don't know anyone outside of the organization, and maybe we don't have good relationships with our current contact person. So they are uncomfortable giving us introductions to other parts of the organization. I always find some salespeople have great relationships with one or two people, but not the organization. Ask this of yourself. Take an account that you have and circle the key contacts that you currently have. If they left the company, would your relationship be in jeopardy? If the answer is yes, you need to go deep and wide, and you're not there yet. So this to me is troubling. But then we've got 50% of salespeople say, I don't really understand the satisfaction criteria of my buyer. All right, well, think about this now. Maybe we're not any good at upselling, cross-selling because our clients also don't want us to, because we're not satisfying the criteria by which they were judging us by. We don't know their goals. I mean, how easy is it to say, what are the top 2 or 3 things that you expect of us, assuming we move forward, right? What would you expect of us? What is a home run for you? If we could solve 3 or 4 issues, what would they be for you? It has to come right out of our mouth. We want them to tell us. And then we have to take that information. We also have to tie it to impact. So when somebody says, hey, we need better service, right? X, Y, and Z. What's the impact of not having that? Well, they're losing deals. They've got people inside that are uncomfortable. They're complaining. There's 1,000 things. But that, to me, is if you don't know the satisfaction criteria by which you're being judged, how do we sell more? Look, you've got 2 roles as a salesperson. If I talk to you salespeople for a second, you've got to protect and grow your relationships that you currently have with your customers, and you have to plunder somebody else's. It's that simple. So if you don't know what the customer satisfaction criteria is, then how are you growing and strengthening that relationship? All you're doing is peddling products, right? You're not selling solutions. You're not selling business solutions. That's what this boils down to. So ask yourself, do you hear yourself saying, what are the top 2 or 3 things that absolutely you want to make sure that this relationship solves, right? What are they? I also ask things like, hey, is this initiative on the top 2 or 3 of the must accomplish over the next quarter? So I want to know what the impact is, and I want to know how important is it? Now, those are 2 little tactics that you're going to hear more of as we go out through the day. My job is to set the stage, but really think about how you're doing business. And the one that really troubles me is 70% of us say that we can't get back to senior leadership after the sale. That means it was important enough for them to be in the initial discussions, right? They've said yes to the budget, but then they disappear. Why can't we get them back? Is it because we don't know the satisfaction criteria? Is it because we don't know the goals? Is it because we haven't created that impact? Is it because we haven't upsold and cross-sold and walked the hallways, as they say? Yes. Yes. Listen, that's a symptom of you're doing something wrong. It's not that executives like myself don't want to give you the time. We would give you the time if you're bringing us value. If you're just simply going to show us a PowerPoint and pitch more stuff, I don't need that. I've got a million things going on. But if you're solving a problem that I know, or you bring me a problem that I don't know, that's of value, especially when we take the problem and talk about the impact to the business and the people surrounding it. Huge. So decide, look at these statistics and see, where do you fit from that? So let me give you 4 focus areas if I can. One is evaluate your sales process. So throughout today, think about what is going on in the buyer journey. What should you be tweaking? Are there steps that you should add a couple subsets to? Do we need to change the order of certain things? Do we need to change the way that we're interacting and engaging with our buyers? And if so, and I would tell you probably so, and if so, then part 2 of that exercise is to match the tactics and strategies, whether it's Sandler or not, doesn't much matter, that will help you close the gap and become more effective, more efficient in this process. because in today's world, it's all slight edge. It's all slight edge. Super important. Number 2, do talk tracks and role play. Have a culture of role play and do talk tracks. Now, what are those? What does that mean? Here's what this means. Look, talk tracks are things that you should know right off the top of your head. Here are the pain points. Here are the top 5 objections, and here's my response. Here's my new prospecting call in order to get people's attention. Here's how I'm going to engage past clients. Here's how I'm getting people to introduce me to other people within the organization so I can land and expand. There's probably 60 some odd items that you could list out if you asked yourself, what would I be able to recite, or should I be able to recite in order to become the #1 salesperson in this company? What are they? Now, I handed out this list last March at our summit. If you don't have it, happy to send it to you, but it's super important for you to do that. Now, look, here's what we have to think about. The more you know your talk tracks, the more that you can listen to your buyer, the more you don't have to think about, what are they saying? How should I respond? Focus on them. Focus on them, which is harder, by the way, when you're having business conversations versus talking about your product that you could do in your sleep. That's why it's important. And role play. Role play is nothing more than practice. Role play's got a bad rap. Every sport, I don't care what you follow, they practice every day. Now, salespeople, we don't like role play. We don't like practice. Why? It puts us in an uncomfortable situation. It also lets other people in our company see how good or how bad we are. But I promise you, if you can get past that and just practice and say it out loud and role play, you'll be great. One of the things that I'm most proud about our team, they role play twice a week. And it keeps changing based on what they're hearing from our buyers, based on what's going on in the buyer journey. So role plays are your ability to continually tweak, much like if I watch film, right? If you're doing, let's say, football, I can watch film and I can adjust. That's what role play does. It's key. You should be role playing all the time as an individual salesperson or as a sales leader. This will make huge dividends for you. Number 3, create impact. Look, when you're talking to prospects, figure out what the business issue is. Don't lead with your product or service. Talk about the business issues that they're facing. Really understand what they're talking about and how that problem affects the business. What's the impact? If it could go away, if you could solve that problem, what's the impact? What's the result to the organization and to those people? That's the key. If you want to upsell, you want to cross-sell, you want to be invited back by senior executives, solve our problems. Solve our problems. That's what impact is. Sell high and sell impact. If you could do those 2 things, all the other things that we've talked about are much, much easier as we move forward. Now, we have the pain funnel. There's a million things that we can give to you to help you do that. But really, you've got to feel comfortable and get out of your comfort zones because you need equal business stature, right? Equal business stature. So what does that mean? Well, if you think about it, we're comfortable doing certain things. We were comfortable maybe calling low. We were comfortable on talking about, let's say, our product or service. But I need you to get out of that. I need you to call higher. I need you to talk about business issues. I need you to talk about pain points that maybe you hadn't talked about in the past. All that is important, and it's uncomfortable. But I'm going to ask you to be brave 5 minutes at a time, maybe 6 times a day. That's it. You don't have to be brave 24 hours, but just change the way you do things when it's appropriate. That's why it's easier to get out of your comfort zones. The more that you practice your talk tracks, the more that you role play, because then it becomes second nature. Why would you put yourself under so much pressure on learning a new talk track and then going to an executive and practicing it for the very first time? It's not going to go as well as you hoped. And there, what happens is you say to yourself, I told you so. I'm going to stay with what I've always done. And you and I both know in today's environment, what you've always done isn't going to work for tomorrow. And that's the key. So as you start to feel uncomfortable, that's telling you you're on the right road. And the more you practice, the less you will feel uncomfortable. The more you practice, the more confidence and conviction that you have. But you need to get out of your comfort zones. And that's really, if you could do one thing, just realize that it's natural. It's natural. We all have them. The thing isn't, oh, I am in my comfort zone or not. What it is I've broken out of my comfort zone. So for the next couple hours that you're with us, what I'd like you to do is to think about what changes could you make in your sales process. Think about the tactics and strategies they're about to share with you. We have wonderful Sandler trainers set up. They're really going to dig deep in these areas that we've talked about, but to give you actionable tactics and strategies that you can improve upon, regardless, as I said, where you are in the world or what you sell. So hopefully this high level has set the stage for us to have a wonderful day together. Hey, look, I hope to see each and every one of you at the summit next year and have the opportunity to meet face to face. But until then, good selling. Hey, Mike, take it away.
Thanks, Dave. I appreciate it. And great job. Big silent round of applause for Dave Matson. If you want to give him a thumbs up, hit +1 in the chat, +1 to Dave Matson, and check out his new book. It is Scaling Sales Success. You can find it at sandler.com/Dave's book. And I saw a lot of people saying that the chat can be overwhelming too. So we do have about 4,200 people in Zoom right now. So if you want to switch over to the YouTube channel, find Sandler Worldwide on YouTube, or look for the Sandler Virtual Summit 2021. And you don't have to see all the chats popping up, or you can just put the chat over there on the right side and make it full screen, and you'll just see those scroll by. Also, pro tip, if you do the view and do standard view in Zoom, you can see everything full screen. Make sure you're getting the best viewing experience. And I see some +1s popping up over there on YouTube as well. So glad you guys are chiming in there. Thanks, Alana, Trisha, Jody, Kurt, all watching over there in Zoom. We got Chelsea, Christopher, lots of Sarahs. I think they shared a login there, Lilia, and shout outs around the world. I saw Taiwan in there. I saw Budapest joining in. They're definitely getting up early today to join us from around the world. So I appreciate everybody making it on today. Don't forget, you can tweet #Sandler Summit with your top takeaways, and tweet it at Sandler Training, and we'll make sure that we give you a retweet and thumbs up and collect your questions or lessons learned there as well. And a pro tip on that is, look for those attitudes, behaviors, and techniques that I mentioned earlier. If you have a way of thinking that Dave made you reconsider, type that, #Sandler Summit. If you have a new behavior, something you want to start doing, like practicing those talk tracks, #Sandler Summit. Or a new technique, new tool, new line that he threw out there that you loved, share those as well in the chat or at #Sandler Summit. And finally, I think we will have some links for you. So pay attention to the comments on YouTube or the links in the chat, and we'll be posting links to the book, links to the documents that we're sharing and downloading. I saw a lot of people request the list. We'll put that together. And finally, all the recordings and stuff will be available in Sandler Online next week. So if you missed anything today, don't worry about it. We'll get it into Sandler Online, and you can create a free account if you go to learn.sandler.com, and then you'll be all set up for the recording, or you can request your password if you already have an account there. All right, awesome. We are moving on to Bill Bartlett, and Bill Bartlett is one of our best-selling authors with the Sales Coaches Playbook. He is out of Chicago, so we're going from Baltimore to Chicago here, and talking with Bill Bartlett about how you deal with uncertainty. We've had a lot of that in the last 12 months. I'm going to toss it out to Chicago and Bill Bartlett. Good luck, everybody.
Mike, thanks for the introduction. I appreciate it. But before I begin, I'd like to talk a little bit about what I learned from David's talk, because again, he had a great focus on recovery. The first area that jumps out at me is leaders need to adjust their strategy. Leaders need to adjust their strategy. And I think I was surprised by the fact that many don't even have a strategy, but most are just living a broken strategy. So if you're a sales leader listening to this right now, take to heart, it's time to, early in the year, look at your strategy to make sure that it fits. Second thing that I took away from David's talk was we need to shatter comfort zones. Ironically enough, we all like to live in comfort zones, and the pandemic has driven us to that. So, I think the issue is, how do you take a look at those things that make you too comfortable and blow them up? everything you want is on the side of discomfort, because that's where growth comes from. And the last point that I noted that David talked about was to validate behavior with impact. We all know we should be doing behavior, but let's measure it against whether it's making impact or not, because we know this, that the recovery has changed the buyer-seller relationship. And certainly it's time for us to take a look at our behavior and to change our behavior to fit the new buyer-seller relationship. We have to spend more time building relationships with our buyers than we ever have before. So again, just some thoughts that I took away from David's, and I'm sure you did too. You probably took away much more than I did. And I just think that he had a good message to open this conference with. Well, now on to my topic. The topic of being resilient in the face of uncertainty. Resilient. I'm going to talk a lot about what resilient means. But before we do that, psychologists are telling us right now that we're in one of the highest periods of anxiety that we've ever been in. More people are anxious than they've ever been in the past. And that anxiety is driven by the uncertainty of the future. If you watch the news, things change daily and hourly about vaccines and variants and everything else that goes along with it. And all that does is create doubt. And that doubt creates uncertainty. So when we look at business, in my book, I write a lot about, my book is The Sales Coach's Playbook, Breaking the Performance Code. I write a lot about the model 20-60-20, that 20% of businesses and individuals are high performers. 60% of businesses and individual salespeople are variable performers, and 20% are low or non-performers. So let's look at that group through anxiety. Each one of those groups is experiencing anxiety. Each one of them experiences anxiety on a daily basis. Top 20%ers, when they experience anxiety, commit to action to mitigate that anxiety. They realize that by taking action and by driving forward, they can limit the impact of anxiety. Middle 60%ers, they have anxiety. What do we know about that? They're trying to figure out a path. They're trying to figure out what to do. And that trying to figure out doesn't mitigate anxiety, it feeds it. There's confusion as part of that. And the bottom 20%, they have anxiety for sure, but the challenge is their anxiety is because they're just waiting for the storm to pass. And many of them aren't going to be here when it passes. For you, make the choice to be a top 20%er. Realize that it's okay to be anxious, but what will make the anxiety go away is action. Get everybody moving in the right direction. I had an old boss when I first got into business. He compared life to a parade. And he said, Bill, there are people who lead the parade. There are people who participate in the parade. And there are people who sit on the couch and throw rocks at the parade as it goes by. Bill, you should focus your career on leading the parade. And I ask you the same thing about your business. Are you leading the parade? Are you the leader that your people need you to be? If you're a salesperson, are you the salesperson that others look up to? Or are you really that type of person who's just trying to get by, hoping that change occurs? When we look at resiliency, as a word, here's what we know. All this means is your ability to bounce back quicker. Bounce back quicker. Fighters, when they take a body blow, have to go into a clinch to allow their head to clear, right? All of a sudden, it becomes very fuzzy, but they've been taught how to clear their head. It takes about 3 seconds. And so all they have to do is cover up for 3 seconds. They don't wait 10, 15, 20, 30 seconds, 3 seconds. They bounce back quicker or the fight is over. So for you, how many seconds does it take for you to bounce back? How many minutes, days, months does it take your business to bounce back after it takes that body punch? It's an important thing for you to know because you're in charge of it. And behavior is going to be the key to making it bounce back. You look at behavior. Do you roll up your people's behavior into one massive behavior ball to say, if we do these things, we are bouncing back, regardless of what's happening in the world, that we have a modicum of control if we do this as to what's happening in the world. Now, I feel sorry for restaurant owners and people in the service industry who've been shut down by government because of that. I'm talking about our controllables. Your job is to control the controllables through behavior. David Sandler was a genius. I love the title of this slide because he was. If David Sandler were here right now, we'd be giving him a standing ovation every time he walked into a room because his selling system changed lives. Changed lives. How many people thought it's just a system to sell? And how many of you listening right now realize that it's changed your life? It's changed your outcome. And that's really what happened to me 26 years ago. You know, I started out thinking it's a nice little business, and my life began to change as my business changed. And I'm sure it happened to many of you too. So, you know, when we look at the genius of David, we would look at it through the success triangle. Success triangle. I want you to write down, what's your definition of success? Right? Just write down one word. What is success to you? And I want you to think a little bit about that while we're talking about this, because success is complex. Success is very complex. It's nothing but people can say, I am successful. I do this, I will be successful. In our world, what Sandler created was a complex mix of behavior, attitude, and technique. Those three things coming together allowed us to define success and to create a path to achieve it. Behavior, the driver of success. Goals, plans, and actions. We know that 98% of human beings are problem solvers. Only 2% are goal setters. Success begins with goal setting because that 2% typically out-earns the other 98% combined. And so for you, starting at the end of my talk, what are the goals that you're writing down that you're going to accomplish? What are the goals that are important to you? Important enough that you would do everything in your power to achieve them. What's the strategy? Goals without strategy, goals without plans are daydreams. And so don't be a daydreamer. Don't daydream through the pandemic. Action, goals, plans, and now action. Long-term, short-term, and daily. Those three areas control your destiny. Be a goal setter, create a plan, and commit to doing the daily actions you have to do to achieve it. Don't miss a day. Attitude. Attitude is belief in self. Belief in self. Do you believe in yourself? Do you believe in your company? Do you believe in the marketplace? We're finding that this became terribly dinged during the pandemic, and as part of the recovery, this is what held the recovery back. People lost belief in themselves, lost belief in the marketplace, lost belief in their company maybe. And the issue is, once that belief dings away, they were reluctant to do the behavior, when the opposite should have been true. If you want to change your belief system, change your behavior. Roll up your sleeves and do the behavior that's going to, over time, change your belief about yourself, about your company, about the marketplace. Technique, skill. Technique is the skill part of the triangle. When we look at skill, relationship building, personal presence, strategy, sales strategy, tactics, all those things are important, but they're only 2% of success. 98% of success lives on this line right here. Do the right behavior, raise your belief system. So I want you to think a little bit about that as you're looking for things to do during the recovery to change the path of the business. Right behavior, right belief system, right technique. Resilience, again, we come back to resilience because resilience and recovery go hand in hand. Anybody can be great once. Anybody can be great once. But resiliency is your ability to bounce back and continuously be great. And so where does it come from? Where does it come from? Resiliency comes from you understanding your why, your reason that you exist. Reason that you exist. I want you to focus on that just for a minute. And I want you to write down your why. Why are you in business? Why are you a salesperson? Why are you a sales leader? Why are you a business owner. Just take a minute and jot that down and look at it to see if it's a strong enough reason to make you change everything about yourself to be successful. You know, when I look at my why, there's nothing that I do that's sacred that I can't change to be successful. I'm an ethical person, and certainly within the bounds of ethics in business, I should be able to change anything to drive success. Are you willing to do that? Are you willing to put unconditional commitment to work in your reason to why? Are you unconditionally committed to achieve your reason to why? Most people are conditionally committed. I'll do it if, I'll do it when, I won't do it if. And so for you, this why is going to be a critical driver when you get down, when the pandemic and the recovery gets you down, when the recovery takes longer than you think it should. This why is going to be important. We all want to shorten the road, but we realize that it's long. And so take out a piece of paper, and I want you to draw a line across the page. And at this end, I want you to write the word survive. And at this end, I want you to write the word thrive. Survive versus thrive. Well, let's think about that for a minute. Put a dot on that line where you are. Are you closer to thrive? Are you closer to survive? And if you're closer to survive, it may mean that you really need to take a look at your why, because your why isn't strong enough to drive your activity. If you're more close to thrive, your why is probably the driver of why you are thriving. Could be better life, could be still be number one. Who knows what it is, but you know what it is. Could be support your family with an income that they deserve during this. So this is one of the huge issues, because that why will drive your business strategy. It drives your business. It makes you say, I'm all in. I'm all in. And what we find far too many times, again, people are conditionally in. If it gets a little tough, they tend to back off. And in that backing off, what do we know? They sacrifice their why. The other end of resilience exists in business awareness. There's self-awareness, situational awareness, and business awareness. So let's take a minute and look at business awareness. How much time do you spend raising your antenna to look at the world around you? Most, if we're in sales and we're honest, we're focused on selling something, a product or a service that we have. If we're a manager, we're focused on driving a number, getting to where we have to go financially. And I get that. I get that for sure. But business awareness requires that we learn about our customers, not just sell them things. Do we determine what we call it pain, by the way, you all know that. We call it pain. Are we driving to solve their pain or pushing feature benefits on them to buy a product? And I think, unfortunately, during the pandemic, far too many people, because of Zoom, have gone to feature benefit dumps, not learning about their customers, but dumping stuff on them. And closing rates have changed dramatically because of that. We've got a survey coming up that's going to be, look for the Sandler research survey that's coming up in a couple of months. It will blow your mind, I promise you, what you're going to learn about your buyers. But that's an aside. What do you know about your competitors? Do you sound like your competitors? If I stood you in the middle and your competitors on either side of you, do you sound like your competitors? Because if you do, why would people buy from you? They'll buy from the lowest price. And so learn all you can about how your competitors are going after the market. And as the Sandler rule says, if your competitors are doing it, stop doing it. Stop doing it. It's called a pattern interrupt. Make people see you differently. Industry. There are streams of consciousness in your industry that you have to be aware of. You know, streams of consciousness of activity that you need to know, of thought. Are you a thought leader in your industry? Do you follow the thought leaders of your industry? Or again, have you become an I-focused individual? An I-focused individual, and many people have during the pandemic. It's all about me and my survival. versus an other focused person. Other focused person simply focuses on what they need to know about the world. And then they adjust their behavior to whatever is necessary to succeed. Once you know these things, you're capable of adjusting your behavior, and that's your business awareness. You know, we'll go back to leaders who don't adjust their strategy. How many salespeople have the guts to adjust their strategy based on the market, based on what it takes to be successful? So it's an important thing for you to give some thought to, because in all honesty, the old patterns of selling stopped working a long time ago, and the pandemic really pointed that out. And the recovery is slowed because everybody sounds like everybody else, trying to squeeze out a dollar, as opposed to being what you should be. Advisors and consultants. Advisors and consultants ask questions, determine need, apply solutions to need, not solutions in a vacuum. So again, the keys to becoming resilient exist right here. Your challenge is, and it's not meant to offend, do you have the guts to do these things? Because it takes guts for the recovery. It takes guts. Everyone experiences tough times. You know, if it were easy, chimpanzees would be doing it. Sales is a game that every day challenges your belief, challenges your thoughts. You will receive more rejection in this world than in any other world. And that creates tough times. Most of us work alone. We work out of our homes or out of offices that are empty. And self-doubt creeps in, which feeds the tough time. You know, business is changing. And as thought leaders, we have to be out in front of it. And being out in front of it means understanding that it's difficult, but we still have jobs to do. If you're listening to this and you're employed, we're the fortunate ones, because there are people out there who aren't right now. And so they would trade places with you readily, most of them, to have a job, and not say we're living in a tough world, but in a fortunate world. So when we look at everyone experiencing tough times, there's a way out of it. There's a way out of it. The way out of it is with the 3 C's. First C is competence. You as salespeople, do you have the skill to succeed? Do you understand the skills that it takes to be successful? Building relationships, asking questions, finding pain or reason to buy. I can give you all the skills that we teach. Dealing with money. There are all kinds of skills that we teach. And how many people learn them? Maybe you leave them in the room. How many people don't learn them? They're still trying to use personality and intuition to sell. Not going to work. And so competence, skill turned into behavior. Skill turned into behavior. Do you take your skills? If my skill is prospecting, that's a wonderful skill to have. I'm a good prospector. But it's worth nothing until I begin prospecting, right? Till I put it in motion, till I start cold calling, using LinkedIn, referrals, networking, business introductions. Once I start doing all of those things, that skill becomes a behavior. Building relationships. We all know the psychology of building relationships, and we're all good at it in the classroom. You know when it comes into play? When you're sitting on a Zoom lens, looking at somebody, trying to figure out how to bond with them, or not even worried about bonding with them, trying to push something down their throat. And so, again, in that psychology of building relationships, when you're in front of the camera, mirroring and matching, reading and reacting, making sure that your tonality matches theirs, that your body language is the right image. Number of people that are on Zoom with me that I look at and think, you're just not confident. Well, they say they are, but guess what? Their body language belies it. So skill turning into behavior is competence. Do you know what the top 10 skills are, and have you turned them into behavior? Next, confidence. Confidence. The pandemic and the length of time for the recovery has chipped away at the self-belief that we all have, has made doubt creep in, has made us wonder about ourselves. Now, shouldn't be. You know, as Sandler taught us, You're born an I-10 and you die an I-10. And the only thing that happens in between is you're either strong enough to fight the world chipping away at it, or you cave into it and you become an I-3. He used the rose analogy that if you plant a rose with seeds in the ground, when that rose grows, all those seeds that have 10s in them become the stem. And as it grows, all those seeds that have 10s in them become the rose. And as the rose dies and goes back into the ground, those 10s turn into seed and allow another rose to grow. Well, the issue is, how is your I-10-ness? If you're not an I-10, an identity 10 in this world today, you're going to struggle. You're going to be reluctant. You're going to allow anxiety and uncertainty to hold you hostage. That's going to be an issue. And so every day you work on your I. Every day you work on who you are as well as what you do. Your identity is who you are. Your role is what you do. And so I came up with something in my book called the rule of 3 and 2. Every day of your life, you should be working on 3 professional goals to achieve your business goals. And you should be working on 2 personal goals to keep your I strong, to keep your identity strong. Those 2 personal goals are designed to keep your identity strong. They could be goals associated with strengthening your body, your mind. It could be goals associated with putting energy back in the vessel or socializing because that's important to you. Those personal, I happen to be a fly fisherman and I haven't been able to go for a while, but once a month I take out the flies, I tie a bunch of flies, and it takes my mind to a different place. And so what do you do for yourself for those 2 personal goals? Control. 3rd C. Choice is what we have to focus on. You know, there's an old Chinese proverb that says, all men are born equal, or all people are born equal. What separates them is the choices they make. Choices they make. So you have to ask yourself, what choices have you made? And are your choices driving your success, or are they holding your success hostage? And what we find in that 20-60-20, the top 20%ers are making choices that blow everybody else away. Those choices are to continue to put the foot to the pedal and to go forward. Now, bottom 20%ers can make the same choices. You've hired good salespeople. You wouldn't have hired people who you believed were going to be bottom 20%ers. So if you all hired good salespeople, and if you are a good salesperson and aren't reaching your potential, what changed? Here's what changed. The choices that you made, or the choices that you were afraid to make. And so when we look down here at control, you control your life through the choices that you make. You control your life through the choices that you make. So over the course of the next week, examine the choices you're making. Are they choices to not do things that you know you should do? Or are they choices to do more of what you know you should do? That alone, that message alone, is something that makes you look at life differently. Now, we've all struggled from time to time with choices. We've all made bad choices through the years. But this is the time where a business awareness has to kick in and say, I was going to do this. That doesn't make sense. It's not going to add anything to who I am or my business. I'm going to do this. Take a minute and ask yourself, the last choice you made in business or in life, did it vault you forward or did it hold you hostage? We're coming to the end of our time here together, but I don't want you to miss some key points. And so, one of the challenges that we face here is certainly these things, and obviously at Sandler, we can only talk in triangles. And so they fit a triangle very nicely, but it happens to make up what I call the resilience triangle. And that resilience triangle is really something that allows you to take a look at how will you bounce back from this devastating battle that we're all fighting? How will you bounce back quicker? And this is your bounce back model. Let's come down to the end of our time together. Let me give you 5 areas that become a checklist of resilience. And then I'm going to give you 4 topics for your sales meeting. If you're a sales leader, drive these topics. If you're a salesperson and your manager isn't on listening to this, recommend these things immediately. So let's go to the checklist. I've refreshed and reemphasized my top 10 behaviors. Your Sandler franchisees, your Sandler partners know the top 10 behaviors in and out. They teach it all the time. If you don't know them, I'm going to give them to you now, but get a copy of them from your Sandler manager or your Sandler trainers, or go to Sandler Online. They're embedded in Sandler Online as top 10 sales behaviors. But here's what they are. Lead generation, which is prospecting. The number one sales behavior, prospecting or lead generation. The number two behavior, building strong business relationships. The number three behavior, qualifying opportunity. The number four behavior, making presentations that close above 70%. The next one, servicing customers. Do you have an exceptional service model for your customers? Next one, account management. Are you expanding the way you do business with your current clients, or are you stagnating with them? Next, territory development. Well, if you have a geographic territory, that's one thing, but if you have a business territory, that's another. Are you fully developing it? Are you cherry picking who you're working with? Cookbook. Those of you who aren't Sandler clients might not know what a cookbook is, but a cookbook is the behavior versus time model. If you looked at a Sandler trainer's calendar, you would see all the top 10 behaviors plugged in with time blocks where they're committed to executing those behaviors. And that cookbook is a driver of recovery. Continuous education. What are you learning and how are you learning new things? People who are in a learning pod, people who are in learning elements outperform others because they're ahead of the curve. How many of you are trying to get by on outdated knowledge, whether it's sales or leadership? And then execution of the Sandler system is the last one. You should be able to take the 29 triangles that are part of the behavior, attitude, and technique triangle and rate yourself on a scale of 10 high, 29 points rather, scale of 10 high and 1 low on each of those points. And any of those points that have dropped below 7, focus on them for the week. Those top 10 behaviors that I just gave you and your Sandler franchisees have need to be refreshed and re-emphasized for the recovery. We need to make sure that's the focus. Another one, I have identified and prioritized 5 new key performance indicators for recovery. I'll give you a good example of a key performance indicator. If prospecting is the number one sales behavior, an indicator of success for me is how many first conversations you have in the course of a week. First conversations, whether they're face-to-face, whether they're Zoom. And for me, for my people, it's 6 first conversations every week. That says their prospecting behavior is working. So what I would encourage you to do is to develop those key performance indicators to help you sleep at night. You're going to tell whether people are doing their job. And by the way, if you're individual salespeople, do them for yourself. You don't have to wait for someone to tell you to do them. I've identified best-in-class behavior and set a goal to achieve it. Mediocrity is an interesting thing. Nobody sets out to be mediocre. Their choices make them mediocre. It doesn't take any more to be awesome, quite frankly. Make better choices. But then when we say best in class, we've really set a mark. Is your organization considered best in class? As a sales leader, are you considered best in class? As a salesperson, are you best in class? Are you just happy to be there? This is one of those things that we can control, but we have to define it first. 4, I have a plan that I can immediately activate whenever business disruption occurs. Whenever business disruption occurs, do you have a plan? Is there a plan that you can kick in when any form of business disruption occurs? That could be mid-month sales drops. There is no pandemic. Sales drops at the mid-month mark, that's disruption. Do you accept it, or do you have a plan to deal with it? Last, I've captured all the innovations I've learned during the pandemic and have a plan to capitalize on them. Don't lose the information that we've gained in this pandemic. This is the greatest period of innovation in the history of the world. More products have been created, more services have been challenged, more new things are out there. Have you captured all those? Have you developed any yourself? Have you changed any yourself that are worthy? You as business leaders should capture innovation from your salespeople and sales leaders. You as sales leaders from your salespeople and so on. You'll be shocked at what you've learned and what you can do. So here's where we end today. 4 topics for your sales meeting coming up. 1, the top 10 behaviors. If you don't have them, reach out to a Sandler franchise and get them, but they should be a focus of measuring your people's success. 2, the top 5 KPIs for recovery. Develop those top 5 KPIs and measure the behaviors. And by the way, work with your salespeople to do it if you're a sales leader, and if you're a salesperson, do it yourself. 3, and here's the key. Understand the level of skills, knowledge, and application that you have as a salesperson, or if you're a sales leader, you have. Do you have the right skill? A, knowledge. Do you know what to do with that skill? There are people learn skills in classrooms all the time and don't have a clue what to do with them. And so make sure when you learn a skill, you've role played it with somebody so that it can be judged on how effectively you do it. Role play and talk tracks, David talked about, very powerful. But here's the key to success: skills, knowledge, and now application. Are you consistently applying in the context of your business those skills that you already know you have? And are you learning new skills that put you out in front, best in class? My last thought for your sales meeting is this: eliminate barriers to performance and excuses. You know, we've hit a period of time where I can't talk to anybody where I don't start hearing excuses as to why things can't happen, why things can't be. And they're usually associated with MSU. MSU is not Michigan State University. It's made stuff up. We make up stuff all the time and we believe it. And once we believe it, it becomes a deterrent to behavior. Eliminate barriers to performance. I would have a session, if you're salespeople with a group of other salespeople, what are all the barriers we're facing right now? What are the things holding us? Get them out on the table. Celebrate the fact that it's not a complaint session. Get them out on the table. If you're a sales leader, make that your sales meeting topic. Let's look at all the things that are holding us back. And what excuses have we been accepting of ourselves? And what excuses have we been accepting of others? And ask yourself, if those excuses and barriers weren't in place, how high would up be? How high would up be? And we know what we know? Sky's the limit. You know, Churchill, one of my favorite authors ever, one of my favorite politicians ever, for what he went through during World War II. And one of my favorite Churchill quotes is, "When you're in hell, keep moving." Well, the pandemic has been a form of hell, and behavior is our way to keep moving. It's our way to battle our way through the pandemic. I'd encourage you to write down that Churchill quote somewhere and to make sure that you recognize when hell exists, move through it. Don't sit and admire the sights. So with that, I'll thank you for a fast 30 minutes, for all the time we've spent together and for all your learning. And, you know, as Sandler clients, what you've taught us along the way, because you've taught us an immense amount of information without even realizing it. And so for that, and for your attention, I say thank you and good selling.
Thank you, Bill. Nicely done. +1s for Bill in the chat if you enjoyed that. I think Bill Bartlett is one of our international men of mystery. He is like a fly fisherman, an author, a world-class coach, and all-around awesome guy. So thank you very much, Bill. And again, we can get those tools and stuff inside of Sandler Online. So I will send those out afterwards. And the recordings will be in Sandler Online as well. If you missed those 10 behaviors or you want the talk tracks from David Matson earlier, we'll be putting all those in Sandler Online. You can talk to your local Sandler trainer and they can get those to you as well. Don't forget, you can subscribe to the How to Succeed podcast on iTunes, Google Play, and Spotify. That's where I interview one of our Sandler trainers or an international author or expert on how to succeed at a sales or leadership topic every Monday. And it looks like we have time for about a 9-minute break right now. So you're probably at home or in a place where you can, if you have remote headphones or a loudspeaker, you could take a break anyway. But you got about 9 minutes to yourself right now. That means you could go check out Dave's book, Sandler.com/Dave's book. Scaling Sales Success. You can tweet your takeaways from Bill's session using hashtag Sandler Summit or tweeting us at Sandler Training. It's the same on all of the social media. And don't forget, you can take the survey, What Buyers Want, and participate in our international research survey at Sandler.com/survey. Now, I want to survey you. How excited are you to get back to work? If you go to pollev.com/virtual summit, you can click on one of the smiley faces. So all the way over there on the left in the red is not excited at all. I'd rather work from home. Let's stay where we're at, stay quarantined forever if we can. I'm enjoying this. On the right in the green is I'm super pumped to get back. Let's lift this man right now. Let's get out there. I'm going to go lick strangers when this is over because I got to get out of the house. Anywhere on that scale, you put your mark at pollev.com/virtual summit. And let's see how we're doing right now. Looks like a far right, bright green is shooting up there. Looks like about 67% over there on the green mark. So nicely done. Glad a lot of people are up there. Yes, probably I don't recommend licking strangers, even if you've been vaccinated. Not recommended. That was a joke. But yes, you can drink out of the water fountain. Freddie, I appreciate that on the chat. We're just going to hang out here for the next 8 minutes or so and enjoy some conversation, share your takeaways and shout outs in the chat. You can also do that in the live chat over at YouTube. So if you have any problems with Zoom, I know sometimes after a long day, Zoom, the chat gets a little bit slow there and stuff. You can switch over to YouTube or go back and forth. The pro tip is get a smart TV, open the YouTube app and search for Sandler Virtual Summit 2021. And you can watch this on the big screen, relax in the lazy boy and have some lunch or dinner, depending on where you are in the world. Right now, it could be anywhere. So great session so far, great takeaways. Coming up here in a little bit, we'll hear from Casey Curtin. She's one of our award-winning Sandler trainers from California. We're going to the West Coast now that they're up and moving around and joining us. Thank you for getting up early. We'll do that. Let's see on our poll here. It looks like overwhelmingly people are super pumped to get out there and get back to work. So I'm seeing 150 votes for the far right, big smiley face on the green. Nicely done. All right, I'm going to give you a new poll now here. This one is a little bit more interesting. What has been your work from home must have? So in North America, you can text 22333, type virtual summit there. And then once you're in, you can just type your answer here. What's been your go-to work from home must have? I see lots of shout outs for coffee. These are going to be flying by here as people pump in. So we'll let them settle down here in a minute. Internet phone system with all the features, multiple monitors, getting lots of shout outs. I like that. You can put other stuff in the chat there as well if you want. The gym, sunlight, taking breaks, good internet. It's interesting that good internet at home is even better than the office sometimes. That's interesting. All right. 2 monitors, definitely. A lot of people love the 2 monitors at home. That's great. Shout out for the How to Succeed podcast. Yeah, I'll keep you company for at least 30 minutes a week. The dogs, lots of dog shout outs. I like that. Wearing pants, Phil, is a must have at home. I was just enjoying doing the virtual summit with shorts and t-shirt, shoes on today. Normally I suit up for this thing annually, but I'm enjoying it. No, I'm kidding. Awesome. Good naps. Daily naps. Claudia, shout out. +1 for the naps. I like that. A lot of people with healthy snacks. Food, I think, is definitely a pandemic plus and a working from home plus. Pulling weeds on conference calls. I like that answer. You can definitely, in meetings, if you got good wireless headphones, that's the key, I think, to working from home. Yes, Dave. Hawaiian Hawaiian shorts today on the webinar. I love that. All right. We got about 4 minutes to go time. We can continue shouting out these. Again, lots of stuff to do. If you want to take the survey right now, you could do that. If you go to sandler.com/survey, you can take the Sandler Research Center survey, what buyers want. There's just a couple of sets of questions. You can rock through that and help us out right now. Super fun. And when you fill out the survey, that means you get the results as soon as we publish them too. We even give you a little sneak preview on that. So sandler.com/survey to participate in that while we're waiting and get everybody back on time for anybody that is waiting for Casey's talk. Espresso machine, wireless headphones for sure. Great, better cocktail selection at home than at the office. That's a pandemic plus. I like that. All right, what else do we got? We shouted out Dave's book. We did the polls. Let's see. External webcam with a good mic is definitely a must-have there, Dean. Thank you for that. A comfortable seat cushion. I have a bonus one here. If you don't get the extra like jelly seat cushion, you're missing out too, especially for those of us on webinars and conference calls all day. The Peloton. Nice shout out there. Pajamas. Shouting out. All right. I like that. AirPods, good video, quiet space. That is a tough one at home sometimes. Good music, making a routine and taking breaks. Definitely good work from home must have is give yourself some time to take some breaks and enjoy it. Awesome. Pants should be a must-have when working from home, especially if you're on Zoom calls. You never know when a cat or dog knocks that external camera over, and then you're in trouble, right? All right. About 2 minutes, 2-minute warning. If you are waiting to get back and started with Casey Curtin, this is your 2-minute warning. Don't forget to give us a shout out. It is hashtag Sandler Summit today and at Sandler Training. And again, if you're in the Zoom, we have about 4,000 people in the Zoom. If you would prefer to watch on YouTube Live, we're simulcasting over there as well. So if the comments become overwhelming or you just want to watch it on your big screen smart TV, head over to youtube.com/Sandler Worldwide. You'll find our live stream, or you can search for Sandler Virtual Summit 2021. All right. Any other good answers here? Work friends you can chat to is a work from home must have there. I like for sure. Definitely having any type of human connection is fun. Even seeing you guys chat in here makes this a lot more interesting for me because I'm just hanging out at home like I have been for the last 12 months since we did the virtual summit last year, right? Great to see you guys. Soundproof walls, always a good call at home. I like that. A quieter dog. Oh no, I missed who said that one. Designated space to work is a great must-have as well. Again, we will be sharing all of those tools and the recordings and stuff inside of Sandler Online. So again, we have 1 minute to go now. If you go to learn.sandler.com, you can get signed up and logged in. So you might want to reset the password if you don't know how to log into Sandler Online, or you can create a new account and get a free account in there right now, and then you'll have access to all the recordings and documents we talk about today, and you won't have to worry about any of those as we move forward. Don't forget to get Dave's book too, Scaling Sales Success, sandler.com/Dave's book, and subscribe to the How to Succeed podcast right now in your favorite app. But we're going to throw it out to Casey Curtin in Fresno, California. She is one of our award-winning trainers. I think she took home 3 awards in our award ceremony yesterday afternoon. Casey Curtin talking about the mindset of a winner. Here you go, Casey.
Thank you, Mike, for that wonderful introduction. And wow, you guys, Bill Bartlett, he never seems to disappoint here. And by the way, if you guys do not have a copy or have read the Sales Coach's Playbook, it is an absolute must read. Of course, Bill Bartlett is the author on that. So, all right, you guys, I have you for the next 20 to 25 minutes, and we're going to be talking about the mindset of a winner. So when we talk about the mindset of a winner, people will typically fall into one of three categories. Now, that first category is going to be the non-winners. Then you're going to have your at-leasters, and then you have your winners. Now, your non-winners are going to say things like, why me? And they don't typically expect to win, nor do they usually win. And they usually give up trying, and they'll blame other people for reasons why they failed. And that second category, those at-leasters, those are people that will say things to you like, I didn't win, but at least I'm not a loser, right? And they set very modest goals for themselves. And then you have your winners. Now, your winners judge themselves by performance. And they're very result oriented. They refuse to let performance become average, and they achieve their goals. And they're very responsible for their actions and their results, and they learn from their mistakes. So I'm going to play in the next slide. I'm going to play a 40-second video clip for you, and it's going to be Mike Tyson when he was 16 years old. So I want you to consider what type of mindset Mike Tyson has. Now, keep in mind that Mike Tyson is considered one of the best heavyweight boxers of all time. Now, in his career, he had 58 fights. Out of those 58, he won 50 of them. And believe it or not, out of those 50, 44 of those were won by knockout. So again, as you watch this, it's only 40 seconds. I want you guys to open up that chat box and get ready, because I want you to put in there exactly what type of mindset does Mike Tyson have.
Everybody's a fighter in their own right. You're a fighter, I'm a fighter. Everyone that's in this room, even the newspapermen, they're fighters. But everybody don't get up every morning and run. Everybody don't go to the gym every morning. And everybody don't have enough discipline to wait in the locker room for 2 hours or 3 hours, then go in the ring and do what they've been taught all those years in the gym. And so that's what separates a champion from a mediocre fighter.
What about talent?
Talent? I don't believe in talent. Well, some people, they have talent. It's good. It helps when you have talent. As long as you have a lot of determination and willpower, that's all you need. And you have to have the will to win.
You have to have the will to win. Another thing that Tyson said in there, talent, I don't believe in talent, right? Talent is good and it helps, but you have to have that determination. You have to have that willpower. That is all you need. You got to have the will to win. So when we talk about mindset of a winner, Mike Tyson has that. I want you guys to think about what a pain indicator is, right? It's a gap from where you are now to where you want to be. And take that in context of where are you at right now in your life? Where are you right now in your career? And as we go through this talk, I want you to think about these three key things. Number one, what is my mindset? Number two, what are my convictions? And number three, what is my purpose? So again, what is my mindset? What are my convictions? And what is my purpose? So you guys, all winners have stories. I know that, you know that, okay? Just like all of you guys on here, you guys all have your own stories. What I'm gonna do is share a story of mine in the summer going into second grade. So I'm from a very small town, Riverdale, California, less than 2,000 people. And believe it or not, there's nothing to do in a small town. So it was summer, it was hot, and it was the 1992 Olympics. And Dominique Dawes, which was one of my biggest idols, she was on the Olympic gymnastics team. And I wanted to be Dominique Dawes. And the only thing there was to do during the summertime was to go to the Riverdale High School community pool. So every single day that we could, at 11 o'clock when it opened, my best friend and I, Amanda Johansson, would line up at that gate, get ready to go in at 11 o'clock in our matching swimsuits and all, and we would go swimming. Well, there are times where Amanda could not go to the pool because she was taking gymnastics, right? So not only did I want to be like Dominique Dawes, I wanted to take gymnastics like Amanda did. And so I remember asking my mom, I really want to take gymnastics like Amanda. And she said, Casey, I would love for you to be able to take gymnastics, but we just can't afford it. And at the time, my mom was working 2 jobs. She drove a school bus. And then on the weekend, she was working for Mervyn's. You guys all remember Mervyn's department store before it closed. She worked in the jewelry department. And so I got it. You know, I understood that I couldn't take gymnastics. So I was very determined. Before I got too hot that summer, every single day I would get up and I would go out in my front yard and I would start stretching. I would do cartwheels and I would do handstands. And then I started teaching myself how to do a back walkover. And then before you know it, I'm doing round off back handsprings. And I went to practice one day that summer with Amanda. We went to the gym. Granted, the gym that we went to, because I'm from a very small town, was 3 towns over. She went to this gymnastics academy. So I went to practice with her and I got on the tumbling mat. I started doing all these routines and I was tumbling, and her coach comes up to me and says, "Have you been taking gymnastics somewhere? Have you been trained?" And I said, "No, gosh, I would love to take gymnastics." And she said, "Well, I would love for you to join the gym." And I was like, "I would love to do that too." And I already asked my mom, but we can't afford it. And she said, "Well, if I can find a way to get you to be able to take the classes, would you be able to find a way to make it to practice?" And so I went home and I asked my mom, and we figured that Amanda's mom could help carpool. And I was able to get a full year scholarship to take gymnastics, clearly at no cost. And within 2 months of starting gymnastics, I was at level 5 competing, the same level that Amanda was, and she had been in gymnastics for years. Now, it took a lot of work for me to get there, because just because I started gymnastics, I still went out every single morning and was practicing and tumbling on my own. Now, you guys, I don't tell you this story because I was naturally gifted or really good at gymnastics, because I was not. I'm not naturally gifted at a lot of things. But I knew right there, it took a belief and instilled in me that if I'm willing to put in more work, have that determination and that willpower beyond what is expected of me, that there's nothing I can't do. Now, until this day, you can tell me, "Casey, you can't do that," and I will find every way to prove you wrong, because I know that I am willing to put in the extra work and what it takes. And so that's a belief that was instilled in me at a young age. And so that brings up what our beliefs are, right? What are our core beliefs in general? Now, this is the belief wheel. Beliefs are what propel us forward, or they're what holds us back. Now, if we can recognize when we have a negative belief and we can insert a positive belief in that belief wheel, we can actually change results. So all of us have self-limiting beliefs, okay? And some of you guys have a negative belief around cold calling. You say cold calling doesn't work, right? I'm a people person. I want to go in and see people. That's how I close deals. Others of you might say, look, everything is based on price. Nobody's going to buy full rate for something. So if that's my belief, what my judgment is, if I believe everything is based on price, my judgment is nobody's going to buy full price. So what my actions are is I'm going to go in automatically discounting. So let's say I sell a product for $100,000. My thought is, before I get in there, I'm already going to discount that about 15%. Let's say I'll do 85,000 is what I'm going to sell it for. Now, once I make that sale, that right there has just confirmed my belief. That's what we call the belief wheel. Now, I want you guys to open that chat box again. Get your fingers ready. I'm going to ask you a question here. If I want to make a change, if I'm going to make a change, write this in the chat box. What do I have to change first? Do I change my actions or do I change my belief? Right? Do I change my action first or do I change my belief? Now, you cannot let the way you feel control the way you act. You have to let the way you act control the way you feel. So with that being said, if I want to make a change, I must first change my actions. Okay, I can't sit around and wait for my beliefs to change. I have to first put action into place. Now, some of you guys are saying, yes, Casey, I know I have to change my action, but that's a lot easier said than done. I get it. But let's take that same example of price. Okay, if you say, Casey, okay, I have a negative belief on price, but I'm going to take your word for it. I'm going to stop discounting. And let's pretend you go run 10 appointments and you don't discount at all. And you also don't sell any of those 10 appointments. You're going to come back to me and say, Casey, that doesn't work. right? I took your advice, I didn't discount, and I didn't sell anything. And I know that if I could have discounted the 15% that I usually do, I could have sold at least 1 or 2 of those. Well, what happens is you end up changing and reverting back to your original negative belief because you didn't immediately see the results you want. Let me give you another example. So Forbes did a study. 80% of people who have New Year's resolutions quit by February. 80% of people who have New Year's resolutions quit by February. Now, do you know what 68% of those New Year's resolutions were? 68%. Diet and exercise, right? Everybody wants to feel good. It's new year, new me. Now, what happens is you say, I'm going to start going to the gym. So January comes around, you start going to the gym. Then you start getting a little sore. You're like, oh, my arms are a little sore. My legs are a little sore. I was doing squats. I was doing deadlifts. And so you stop working out. You say, I'm going to take a couple of days off. Okay, now you're dieting. And you got your kids home from college, or no one's quite back at school yet. It's still that winter break and everyone's ordering pizza. And you said, I'm tired of eating salad. I'm still hungry. I'm hungry all the time. So you gave up on that and started eating pizza. You said, I'll get back into the swing of things. Then you say, gosh, I've been working out a whole month. I haven't seen results. I'm not losing weight. I'm not feeling better. I'm hungry all the time. So because you're not seeing immediate results, you automatically go back to what you originally believed. Right? I understand that actions are not easy to put in place, which is why if you really want to make a change, if you really want to change your belief, you have to change your actions into habits. Okay, just like what Mike Tyson said, right? He said, you don't have to have talent, but you have to have the determination and the willpower. And that right there is all you need, determination and the will to win. Now, think about your life today, okay? Everything in your life is essentially a sum of your habits. What you repeatedly do day in and day out, what you ultimately think about forms the person that you are, the things that you believe, and the personality that you portray. So look at how happy you are as a person or unhappy you are as a person, or maybe how in shape you are or out of shape you are. These are all results of your habits. Now take that in how successful you are or unsuccessful you are. That is all a result of your habits. Now it takes 66 days to develop a habit. I understand it's not easy, but what type of attitude do I need to have in order to have that true determination and willpower to change and turn my actions into habits? Right? You got to have the attitude of conviction, that strong belief, that mindset of a winner. So when you look at the lion has a mindset of conviction. Okay, we all know the lion is the king of the animal kingdom, right? He's a leader. He's not the fastest animal. He's not the wisest animal, the biggest, the most tallest, right? But when he shows up, all of those other animals run. Now take the elephant, for example, who's larger, who's stronger, he's more intelligent. He looks at this smaller little cat, yet he respects the lion. Okay, the lion is the king because he believes in himself. That's what you believe in yourself. So you cannot have an attitude that is beyond your belief. It doesn't work that way. You can't have an attitude beyond your belief. An army of sheep led by a lion will always defeat an army of lions led by sheep. So do we have any hockey fans in here? I'm sure we do, because I know we have some Canadians on. I know we just had Canada, hockey day in Canada. So I want you guys to look, and I have hockey as an example, because every day, right, in my training center, I'm constantly referring to hockey and to sports, other sports in general, not just hockey. But when you look at a professional athlete and you look at the NHL or the NFL or the NBA, what type of attitude and mindset do you need to get to if you're going to go from a mediocre athlete to a professional level? Right? What type of mindset do I have? Do I have the mindset of sheep, or do I have the mindset of a lion? Now, what type of habits do these athletes have? Okay, few people make it to pro. You guys, very few people make it to that level. Now, when you do make it to pro, do they have excuses? Do they say, gosh, I really don't feel like working today. I don't feel like practicing. My legs are sore. I'll do it tomorrow. I don't want to shave, 2 points off my shot. I don't want to be able to run faster, right? You don't make excuses like that because you're not going to get to your end goal. You're not going to close that gap from where you are now to where you want to be. That's why a lot of athletes make really good salespeople, because they know that determination and they know that extra work gets them to that next level. You guys, sales is a sport. It really is. And if you want to be good, you got to practice. You have to put in the work. You don't just play in the playoffs, right? Without practicing. You don't just say, I'm just going to play in the televised games. You don't do that. You go and you practice. So if I want to be really good and truly be good at what I do, that requires that determination, that strong conviction. Just like when you talk about leading people, okay? Leading people is, well, let's talk about Vince Lombardi for a second, okay? Because Vince Lombardi, in my opinion, is one of the best, greatest coaches of all time. Now, did he have conviction? Yeah, great leadership requires conviction. Because in business, things change very, very quickly. Great deal of uncertainty happens all the time. And when people don't know what's happening next month, let alone next year, uncertainty takes a lot of people's mental energy and it makes them less effective at the job. So leaders with conviction create an environment of certainty for everybody. Really creates an environment of certainty. And people want to follow leaders with conviction. So I want to switch gears for a second and talk about purpose. Now, your purpose is that why. It is why we do what we do. So I have this quote up, one of my favorites. It's speak what you seek until you see what you say. In order for you to speak what you seek until you see what you say, you have to have a purpose. Now, this picture here is of Dr. Guzman. He was one of 14 kids, and his mother and father did not make it past the 8th grade. Okay, after he was in high school and he broke his leg, he was very interested and curious about how the human body repairs itself. And he decided right then, I want to become a doctor. I want to directly help people. And so he found his purpose. Now, he didn't come from a family of doctors. Okay, as I mentioned, his mother and father did not even pass the 8th grade. And so he had to pave his own way. Now, he was naturally a very smart, gifted child and went through high school very easily. But when he went to college, he had a very rough time. So after he spent 4 years in his undergraduate, he had to take a whole other year post-baccalaureate to figure out how he actually studies, because if he did not do that, he was not going to make it into medical school. So we all know it takes a long time to become a doctor. So after 12 years, Dr. Guzman graduated with not only 1 degree, but 2 degrees, 1 in biology and 1 in chemistry. And he now practices medicine here in Fresno and has 2 different offices. And when I asked Dr. Guzman, what is your purpose around being a doctor? He said, I want to do the best I can to heal people. I want to improve the quality of life and feel better and have people live more productively. So becoming a doctor wasn't about a financial gain or wasn't about the money. It was really about helping people. And that was his purpose. Now, accomplishing ambitious goals like becoming a doctor requires a mindset of conviction. And when that conviction is strong, the difficult decisions become a lot easier. The way ahead becomes more clear. So if you want to shorten that gap, right? If you really want to shorten that gap from where you are now to where you want to be, it all starts with a purpose. Because we know that in order to change your beliefs, you have to put something into action. And your actions have to turn into habits. And in order for you to have that mindset and that determination of a winner, you have to have a reason to do what you do.
We practice the practice right now. That's what's wrong with most of our athletes today. We don't practice to be great. We don't practice to be dominant. We practice to practice. What do you mean by that, Prime? I'm glad you asked. We practice counting the number of periods. We practice understanding how much time we got left. We practice just to get through practice. We cutting deals in practice. You go soft, I go soft. We don't practice to be dominant. When I ask you, what was your purpose of practice? You ain't got no answer for me. I'm gonna ask you, what is your purpose of practice? I don't care if you practice at work. I don't care if you practice with your relationship. I don't care if you practice in any endeavor you choose to do. What is your purpose for practice? I practiced to be the best ever. So every time I walked on that field, I had a purpose for my practice. True.
Prime time. So several of you guys, a lot of you guys on this call today are clients of Sandler Training. When you go to those Sandler Elite Performance Training Centers every single week, I'm going to ask you, what is your purpose for practice? Okay, your trainers, you guys, your coaches, they want you to be champions. They want you to be winners. People with strong conviction, that deep emotional reason for doing what they do, that determination, that will to win, they know what their purpose is. So I'm going to end with this. When you go to that Sandler Elite Performance Training Center next week, go there with a purpose. Thank you. Mike, I'm going to go ahead and hand it back to you now.
Thanks, Casey, and nicely done. I love that. I think I've heard that amateurs practice until they get it right. Professionals practice until they can't get it wrong. I love that quote too. Big +1s for Casey in the chat coming in already, but give her a +1 and bonus points to Casey. And we have a little bit of a break here before we throw it out to Jody Williamson. So don't forget, hashtag Sandler Summit and at Sandler Training on all of your social media tweets. Share your takeaways from Casey's session there. Casey Curtin in Fresno. And you can subscribe to the How to Succeed podcast. You can grab Dave's book. It is Scaling Sales Success, brand new book available on Kindle as well. If you go to Amazon, or you can go to shop.sandler.com and check those links as well. And then I want to remind you and take a couple of seconds here. There was a lot of attitude stuff there, but there was also a lot of behaviors about practice. And then think about what techniques you can glean and leverage. When we're listening to these speakers today, we got to remember to get all three buckets of the Sandler success triangles in order to get really great momentum and traction this year. So we're going to start Jody Williamson here in about 2 minutes, but we have some time if you want to go take the survey, sandler.com/survey. Again, I see a lot of people asking for the agenda and stuff. So if you go to sandler.com/agenda, you can get today's agenda. We still have quite a few speakers left and a long way to go. And sandler.com/Dave's book for the book, or sandler.com/survey to take our quarterly research survey and get advance notice to the results on those. Yes, we're going to Jody Williamson in Chicago. Jody is in the house, and he's talking about virtual selling 2.0. What that means is, how do we sell remotely? How do we dive into Zoom and Vidyard and lots of cool technology? How do we have conversations? How have they shifted over the last 12 months? And the reason Jody talks about 2.0 is I think we were already virtually selling before the pandemic. We might have called it social selling, or we might have just been having some remote sales calls. But now we're really a year into this, looking at virtual selling 2.0, which means, where do we go from here? What's the next level? How do we get new attitudes, behaviors, and techniques for virtual selling? Jody Williamson is the author of The Contrarian Salesperson, another great book you can find on Amazon or shop.sandler.com. He is also a David H. Sandler Award winner, which is one of our highest honors, and a longtime Sandler trainer from Chicago. So I'm going to throw it to him a little bit early here. We're going to send it out to Chicago and Jody Williamson. Take it away, Jody.
Hey, thanks, Mike. It's good to be back at the summit. And my topic's virtual selling. So what better forum to do a virtual selling topic than a virtual summit? It's funny, I've been reflecting back, as many of us have. It's basically a year since everything kind of started here. And I was the closing speaker on the summit stage last year, right before Dave's closing comments. And my last slide, I recently came across, just in reviewing last year, And I thought it fit as much as any time. I mean, this summit for many of us has become this annual event where it's the recharge, it's the community, it's the Sandler mindset that we immerse ourselves in. And when I had this quote last year, when I shared it as the closing, I really felt that the summit was kind of captured in this quote from the poet and philosopher Craig Finn. And it's let this be my annual reminder, we can all be something bigger. And it was weird because I didn't plan what was happening that day. That 6th of March became weird very quickly by the minute, that Friday afternoon. But I've been reflecting back on this, and I do think this is the charge that a lot of us need. This community, the largest community I think we've ever put together at one time in the Sandler world. It's timed perfect now. So I'm glad to share the day with you. I'm going to talk about some of the positive aspects of selling right now, but I'm always a bit hesitant in my passion and and the possibilities, and I don't want to be tone deaf. And I don't want it to come across as not being respectful of the suffering that people have been through in the last year, because I know it's been a really tough year. And with the community we have together today, I'm sure many have lost loved ones, and it's been really tough. So I acknowledge that. But I also want to go in the spirit of Napoleon Hill in Think and Grow Rich, 1937, the timeless wisdom. And I shared this a few years ago at the summit, because I've spoken most years, is that every adversity, every failure, every heartache carries with it the seed of an equal or greater benefit. And as we've evolved over the year, especially in the area of virtual selling, it's really become apparent that sure, there are some downsides to not being face-to-face with people in the traditional sales environment, but there's a lot of benefits to virtual selling that really weren't apparent until this lens of COVID was put on it. Like many things in our lives, we didn't see the possibilities until we were forced to. So the last mindset I want to go into today with, and this is the overriding mindset, I think, of where we're at. And this has been the mindset that really has gotten people to thrive in the last year if they've chosen to go down that path. And that's play the cards you're dealt, not the ones you wish you were dealt. I don't want to oversimplify what I've seen in the people I've coached over the last year, but pretty much if people complained about the hand they were dealt, it tended to lead down a path if they said, okay, not the best hand, how can I best play this hand given the cards I'm dealt? Those are the people I'm seeing thrive and advance. And I want to share with you some best practices with virtual selling today that I have seen work. I want to get some tactical stuff for you today that you can apply this afternoon as the summit wraps up. So think about where we're at with virtual technology. I mean, 1879, Thomas Edison had the idea, right? The telephone scope or whatever it is. And then in 1912, 5 years before the last pandemic, check this quote out, right? Before very long, when the telephone comes, there will appear with it a face of a person who's talking. That would make it unnecessary for many people to travel to and from their work at all, minimizing the great crush and crowding back and forth of our great cities. 1912. Now, it's taken a while to get there. So it's like any technology, it takes a while. 1964, World's Fair, all right? The Pictophone, AT&T unveiled, and then Western Electric was marketing it. And you had the head of Bell Labs at the time say, the picture phone will be the primary mode by which people will be communicating with each other. So it took a while. And then you look at the cost in the 1970s, $16 to $27 for a 3-minute session. That didn't include the hardware. $120 to $200 in today's environment. So it is being demonetized. It is easily accessible. And sure, it was 100 years, 100 whatever years Edison had it, but the future's now. 3 years ago, 2018, when I was doing one of my talks at the summit, I put this slide up and I said, hey, we're looking at future technologies. We might want to start considering these technologies. People are starting to use them. And so for a few years, I dabbled in it. Most people dabbled in it. It was there for a long time, but it was this pain we all experienced using that Sandler cornerstone of the concept of motivation coming primarily from pain that got us to adopt this technology. So here's the thing with the summit, right? And with all Sandler, we have a seemingly simple 7-step process. But it gets complex fairly quickly, right? We have the pain funnel. We have the 5 elements of an upfront contract. We've got the cast of characters. We've got the different aspects of budget. I mean, if you look at reversing and dummy up and negative reverse and okay, not okay, I mean, it gets complex pretty quickly. So part of what way we keep revisiting it is how do we simplify it? So for today, I want to keep it super simple in the area of virtual selling. Because with all the strategies within Sandler that help us become the best we can be at selling, I want to get to the most base level, and that is selling is communicating. Selling is communicating. So if we take a step back, it's like, okay, how can we use these technologies? How can we use the cards we're dealt? How can we use some new thinking and capabilities to bottom line communicate better? Because if selling is communicating, engaging with someone else in some kind of conversation to mutually decide, should we go forward? Do we have something we can help you with? If we take it to that base level, I think that's the best way to approach the technologies and the strategies. So I think the fact you're here today says that you're through virtual selling 1.0. Because virtual selling 1.0 was basically get a camera, learn how to turn it on, learn how to invite people to meetings. And so I think we're beyond 1.0, which is like the bad background or the witness protection program. Or you ever been with this guy? It's like, hey, had you seen yourself on your call there? It's not really the best angle. And of course, there's certain kinds of calls you don't want to be making from your attic or right after a workout with a backwards baseball cap on. Unless, of course, you're selling fitness or maybe, I don't know, attic organization. So I think we're all beyond that. So we'll call that 1.0, which the fact you're here investing your time today says you're way ahead of the curve on improvements when it comes to personal development. So you're beyond that. So 2.0 is really that place we want to be where it's like, okay, now how do we communicate? How do we go beyond? Because here's what's happened. For many people, they'll still tell me, yeah, I do virtual. I use Zoom or Teams or WebEx or whatever the technology is. And I'll say, well, tell me about that. And what they describe is basically a glorified phone call. What they're doing is what they used to do on the phone, but they put a camera on. Now, is it better than a phone call? In many ways it is if that's all I do. But when we really start looking at what's happened and the possibilities and what's happening with introducing new strategies, it's really fascinating how I never would have said this a year ago. If you were to say what's better, face-to-face or virtual when it comes to better communication, better engagement and selling, I would have said hands down it's face-to-face. There's no way you can duplicate being in a room with someone. And I would say there's something to that. But there's some drawbacks to being face-to-face. It's the complexity of travel and coordination. It's the not being able to access information quickly. There's a lot of things that the technology brings to us. So as I go through today, I'm gonna share some screens. I'm gonna do some things differently, play a video. I'm telling you now, if I share the wrong screen or advance the wrong way, I'm being authentic because that's kind of what virtual selling is. So I'll tell you right now, I'm removing that roadblock, okay? So time out for a second. I would suggest if you want to be more comfortable with some of the things I'm going to talk about, like sharing screens, using visuals, coming in and out of a screen share, doing things like that, tell people up front that you might screw it up technically, like I just did. So write that down. That's the first rule is in your upfront contract, just say, hey, I'm going to do some screen shares today. Might do a whiteboard or two. So if I share the wrong screen, can you just, I'll ask for forgiveness up front, but and so then what happens, what's cool is, first of all, your head trash goes away from making it perfect. If you share the wrong screen, you told them up front, you might share the wrong screen. And then when you share the wrong screen, it's not a big deal. It's like, not the end of the world. It's very much like your upfront contract if you're doing calls from your home. and you have a child at home and they might walk into the background, that might freak you out in the middle of the call. But if you say to someone at the beginning of the call, hey, before we start, I got my kid here and she's kind of she likes to kind of come in the camera sometimes. So if she does that, I'm asking for forgiveness up front. And then when it happens, it's not a big deal. So think of your fears with virtual selling, the things that could go wrong, put them in your upfront contract as a roadblock removal. So I'm going to give you 2 key strategies today and elaborate on them, and we'll walk through these a bit. So strategy number 1 is expanded use of visuals. Okay, so expanded use of visuals. So if we look back at some of the science and we look at primary sensory dominance and we look at visual auditory kinesthetic, it's one of our core principles in Sandler is what are the communication modalities that we're dealing with in the average interaction? So every piece of research that comes out is that when people are tested on all 3 and basically which is your primary mode of communication, visual always finishes at the top. I mean, some people are finishing higher in auditory or kinesthetic, but that's the minority. Most people are visual. We're visual creatures. It's part of our DNA. It's part of our survival mechanism, which got us to evolve, right? We had to be able to be aware of dangers. So we have a very keen visual dominance of our communication. So it's hardwired. The challenge is a lot of people haven't really said, okay, now that we're in the virtual world, how can I use that to my advantage to better communicate than I might not have been able to do in a previous world? So if I look at this and I say, okay, and now I have a blank screen on there intentionally. If I was to auditorily say to you right now, you're approaching a school crossing, you should slow down, be careful for children. Okay, that's auditory. You saw, all you did was hear it. If you're auditory, that totally makes sense. Now, I could do a PowerPoint slide like some salespeople do and say, hey, you're approaching a school crossing, slow down if there's kids, right? Or if I have a visual, all I gotta do is show you this. I don't really have to say anything. Okay, got it. If we look at one of our core principles going back to neuro-linguistic programming, if I was to say, hey, neuro-linguistic programming is made up of 3 parts. 55% is body movement, physiology, that sort of thing. 38% is tonality of voice, and 7% is the words. I could say that auditorily, or I could do a slide, but more importantly, I could do a graph. I could say, hey, bottom line, and if I walk you through this graph, I can pretty much guarantee you're going to absorb the 55, 38, 7 at a much better level than you're going to absorb it than if I was just to auditorily do it. So here's one of the tactics and strategies, because my goal in all my talks at the summit is to give you something tactical you can use, something that's you can implement. I don't want you to just take notes. I don't want you to be a professional note taker during our time together. I want you to have something to act on. So the 30-second commercial creator is a core planning tool to help you create your pain-centered commercial. If you don't have this through your Sandler trainer, we're going to put this in the chat box at the end and you'll be able to download it. So this is a way to think through. And I hesitated even showing this because there's a lot going on. I just want to let you know what the tool looks like. But if we look at a core principle in Sandler is your commercials pain-centered, not feature-benefit centered. How can I take my auditory message like the school zone and put it into something that is clearly a more visual way to communicate? So let's say and this might not be your industry. I'll give you a few examples, most likely not your industry. So I don't want you to think, okay, that doesn't apply to me. It's the concept. I want you to think about how you could use this in your world. So if I was selling financial planning, my point might be, hey, my auditory might be, hey, some people we talk to are frustrated when the market's going up, their portfolio is going down. Or I could show a slide that says that. Or I could say, hey, here's the bottom line. And in the middle of the meeting, I would say, hey, let me share a screen. So in the middle of the meeting, I would hit pause, say, let me share a screen. I'd pull it up and say, hey, you seeing that? They say, yeah, seeing that. That's a new thing, by the way, right? Did you think we'd say a year ago, as many times as we say in the average week, hey, you seeing my screen? Hey, come off mute. I mean, think of all the new things we say. So if I was doing financial planning, I might show a graphic and say, check your, let me see that visual? Yeah. So, here's the bottom line. To simplify it, people are worried because they see the market going up and they're looking at their statements over the last 3 or 4 or 5 years and they're like, why is it going down? What is happening? And they're looking for answers. So that could be part of my word track in my commercial. Let's say I did construction management. Let's say I manage construction projects of properties. I could say, hey, some people we talk to are worried about the problems they'll experience in the process of construction if they try to manage more of it themselves, and they're worried about what could happen. I could show you a graphic on a slide that says the words, right? That's okay. That's what many salespeople do. Or I could say, hey, bottom line, someone buys a property, they have a vision of what they want to look like. They're like, okay, that's what I want to look like. And they decide, they think, I can handle the managing of this project. I can do this, handle the coordination of the subcontractors and the way it's going to work, save a little money. But what happens is they're in the middle of construction and they're looking at the project and they're saying, oh man, does that look right? Is that the material that's supposed to be in there? And I don't know, something doesn't look, and is that up to code? Or in the interior, they're looking at things like plumbing and they're saying, okay, it looks right to me, but I don't really know. And my biggest fear is when this thing is totally full or we're in the process of leasing it, and then I didn't spec it out right or manage the process right, or a quality issue went through, I got a problem. And they're worried about, what could go wrong. So their vision is to have it look really cool at the end, and it ends up not being what they wanted it to. And so let me ask you, when you work with, doing rehabs on your buildings, is that any concern of yours? Okay, so out of role, that might be my word track to get into questions for pain. And you can have fun with it. I could say recruiting. Hey, we help people recruit. People have hired people on their own and they thought they had someone really great and that didn't turn out, So I could have a word track that basically says those words, right? Some people we talk to are upset. And remember your commercials, upset, worried, concerned. But what if upset, worried, concerned, which is part of your auditory commercial now, could be visual? So I say, here's the thing. People go out and do a lot of their hiring on their own. And, sometimes it's good, but they have a vision. They're thinking, okay, I got somebody who can play. I got someone who can dunk the ball. And they interview well and everything's great. And then I hire them. And after I hire them, I realize, wow, look what I really got. It didn't really show up in the interview. So you can have fun with it. But think back, how can you take your commercial and what graphics can you create? Now, the simple way is to Google it, or if you're old school, Yahoo it, or whatever it would be, right? But you can pay for images. You can find free images online. The other thing you might consider, I have a lot of clients now who are saying, you know what, we can go into our facility and take some photos, or we can get the competitor's product and take photos of it, how it doesn't work or how it's not designed right. For people selling services, sometimes they can get graphics that they can use charts and different pieces to be able to really go ahead and use something like that. So it's pretty, let your mind go a bit on this. But what I've seen the last 6 months of people converting their pains into compelling visuals to engage is really pretty fascinating. And one last one I'll just give you as a bonus is whiteboarding. So another way to visually whiteboard is if you look at books like Back of the Napkin is a really good book that explains, okay, how can you use simple graphics and visuals to engage people in a conversation? So, and here's where I might screw it up technically, so bear with me. So if I was in the middle of a meeting and we're talking and I say, you know what, that's a really good point. Why don't we sketch that out a little bit? And so, well, actually, let's take a step back and rewind. 18 months ago, if I was in a conference room talking to someone and they said, hey, here's an idea. And I say, you know what, you got a whiteboard here. Why don't we sketch something out here and just kind of mind map something real quick? That would have worked, right? But now we're virtual. We can't go back and grab a marker and start writing. Or we can't grab a legal pad and say, hey, let's just sketch something out, or back of the napkin, right? At the, grabbing a cocktail or coffee or something. So now it can be something where I say, you know what, why don't we sketch something out and talk through this a little bit? So then I could pull up a whiteboard and just say, hey, so let's really look at it. And I could say, okay, so we've got really a few areas that we work in, and we have attitude, we have behavior, technique. I'm not going to go through it all right now during Summit, but think of your possibilities. Being able to imagine this. I mean, you know, behavior, attitude, technique, and working with Sandler, right? We've got mindset, we've got behavior, we've got technique, and we use this as a way to diagnose, like, where might my challenge be? So imagine in a meeting, if I was meeting with someone, I could say, hey, let's diagram this. Where do you think the biggest challenge is? It's a great way to engage in a conversation and communicate visually. Think in your world, what could you whiteboard? What could you in the moment say, hey, let's just whiteboard, let's sketch this out. It might be your process, it could be a project, it could be the dynamics of something. So think about that one. So that's strategy one, converting things to visuals. Strategy two is pre-recorded video. So this is the other slight edge. This is huge on what's working right now. I have multiple success stories every week of people saying, you know what, pre-recorded video is a really good way to communicate with people. So I'm a fan of Vidyard for the technology we use. There's others like Lumen, Wistia, and I think it's MindTickle or something like this. There's a few. They're all good, but I like Vidyard. But one of the stats I saw from Vidyard showed that 93% increase in usage year to year, and this stat's a few months old. This is from a research paper I saw. I thought, okay, it's probably even higher now. But I was compelled to see when it came to an email versus a video, what do people pay more attention to? And an 8 times higher likelihood to open a message with a video image that you can easily access and click versus an email, 3 times higher response rate. So the initial place that a lot of people went with this was prospecting. And you can see a lot of cool prospecting videos online where people do something super creative, really cool, and they're reaching out and saying, hey, you want to talk, kind of a thing. So I'll give you, I mean, that's the obvious one that we could do a whole session on that and more. We could spend a day just on how do you prospect with it. But I want to give you a couple others that are some hacks I've figured out. And I'm going to play one example for you, and then I'll just cover briefly the other ones. So here's 5 that are working. So 1, a pre-meeting upfront contract. I mean, talk about an effective way to be better at setting a meeting up. So let's say I'm having a meeting tomorrow at 10 a.m. with someone. And let's say it's 1 person and 2 people I haven't met. I know 1, but there's 2 others I don't know. Think about the dynamic. If they get a video from me saying some form of, hey, looking to see you. And I'll play the video in a moment. And here's how it shows up in the email with Vidyard, at least. Gives them the time, and it's really easy. They see this visually. So it's like of the 100 emails they get a day, it breaks through the clutter, right? So it's like, okay. And so I have that generically, but sometimes I have someone's name and I hold it up, and it just gets them to engage. So let's play an example of an upfront contract. I want to play that now and give you an example of a brief upfront contract that you could send out prior to a meeting. Looking forward to tomorrow's meeting at 2. I know we have an hour, and it's top of the hour, hard stop. I know on both sides. So we'll make sure that we're done on time or early so we can get to our next meetings. I know the purpose of tomorrow is initial conversation, better determine, is there anything more to talk about as far as the issues you're having and what we might be able to help you with. And to do that, I know you want a little bit more about what we do and the kinds of people we work with, a little more about the pricing and some of the investment. But if there's anything specific to talk about that you want to shoot me an email back on, get it back to me and I'll work that into my prep, and we'll be able to talk about whatever that might be too. Also, I would like to ask you some questions tomorrow, better understand some more specifics of your situation. What I'm not doing is bringing the 85-point PowerPoint deck to bore you to death with our life story. So I really want to just better understand what your issues are, because at the end of the meeting, we can make a decision whether it makes sense to take it any further. We might have a conversation tomorrow and realize, based on talking it through, that what you're looking for is just not our sweet spot and we're not the right fit. And if that's the case, at least we figure that out, and it won't go any further. Or we might decide at the end, yeah, there's something here that we should explore further. If that's the case, we'll get our calendars out at the end of our meeting tomorrow, and we'll schedule a next step. Might be we get more members from each team to technically spec it out. It might be we look at doing some different ways to do some demos or some different next. So there's a few different ways it could go. But tomorrow is basically we take a next step or we don't, and either one's fine. But we'll figure that out. So looking forward to seeing you tomorrow at 2:00. And if you have something to add to the agenda, let me know. Okay, can you see what happens there? Think of, it might not be the best rapport yet, but by watching that video, the people I haven't met, they know me a little bit more. A little personality comes through, they get a feel for who I am. It's not the first time. It's not the ideal rapport, but it's better than going into a meeting cold. So think, as a very basic Sandler principle, how can I use that for better upfront contracts? So second way is the missing persons video, I call it. You probably had a meeting. I'll use the same scenario. 3 people are supposed to be there, 2 show up, and 1 isn't there. And the other 2 get to the meeting, they say, Kristen was going to be here. She's a big part of the process, but she got a last minute request. She got like a fire to put out. So why don't we just meet and we'll relay back to Kristen what happens in the meeting? And if you've ever had this happen, there's no way they can relay it to the level that you can. So think about this. What if I hold up this? And so I send this out. Kristen gets this. I say, hey, Kristen, I know you missed the meeting yesterday. I know you had some fires to put out. It sounds like crazy times, but I figured I'd do a few minutes of a recap here on what we covered yesterday, and also just give you highlights of what we discussed. And if you want to talk further about it more in depth, reach out. Now I can do the selling without relying on those other 2 people to do selling. So missing persons videos are huge. Someone misses a meeting, send them a video that's very specific to them and personal, and they'll appreciate it too. Post-meeting recap upfront contract, like it sounds. It's basically, hey, I wanted to recap yesterday's meeting and share with you what our next steps are, and then set an upfront contract for the next meeting. By the way, of all of the ones you can do, that's the easiest one to start with. It's kind of the low-hanging fruit because you can do that. It's authentic. You just turn the camera on. Hey, good seeing you yesterday. Let me just recap what we talked about, and here's our next steps. So think about that. That's a huge one, and that's the place I would start if you're not comfortable with video technology yet. The next one, the one more thing video. So I labeled this that from Steve Jobs years ago would give his talk at Apple World or MacFest or whatever it was called, right? And he would talk about the boring stuff first, the new cable for the recharging cable, and the new keyboard and the new chip or whatever it was, and then he'd act like he's wrapping up, and then he'd say, one more thing, the new iPhone. And the crowd would go, crazy, right? So I call it the one more thing because it's that one thing that we left out of a meeting, either intentionally or we ran out of time, or it's a way to reach back out. So, and I would hold some, I've held this up before, one more thing. And so they're like, okay, what is that? And so my one more thing would be something I missed. It might be a pain that I want to introduce the conversation we didn't get to. So that's another one. And I have others that we could share. And Mike Montague and I are going to be hosting a more advanced level of this with a webinar format, a complimentary webinar as a follow-up. So I'm giving you the quickest implementations now, but we'll be doing a deeper dive into many of these in a future webinar we'll be letting you know about. And then the last one is the classic Sandler, right? If you've been to Sandler anytime, and if you're new to Sandler, you wouldn't know this, but there's something called the close the file message, which is basically if they're ghosting me and I got to somehow figure out and wake them up and see if they want to talk. So if you know Sandler, hey, should I close the file? But if you sent an email with that, sometimes it hits and they respond right away. But there's something about email that sometimes that doesn't come across exactly like we intended for it to be read. And if you've used this for years, you've had it work most of the time, but sometimes they just don't read it with the tonality we intended. So imagine an email where it's like, Close the file is what they see in there. They click on it, and then we do the word track. Hey, haven't heard from you. Wasn't sure if that meant that we should close the file on our end. I'm kind of getting the feeling we should stop. So if that's the case, I mean, whatever your word track was, but how cool is it to personalize and put a little note, a bit more tonality in the close the file message? So in our upcoming webinar, we'll let you know about it. We're going to give you more hacks on this, but I wanted to give you the key 5. So really today, it's the reason I shared these of all the strategies, because there's a ton of strategies, is I think these are the easiest to absorb, get our heads around, and implement quickly. So what are your actions going to be for expanded use of visuals? Okay. How can you incorporate some visuals like we did? How can you convert your commercials? How can you use whiteboard? How can you better engage with the premise of today being it's about communication? Can my visuals better engage and get them to open up and share what their issues are and better have a conversation? And then number 2, pre-recorded video. What are improvements and actions you can make around pre-recorded video? I want to close with a slide I shared a couple years ago at the summit. And so many things I've reflected back on are timeless. And this is a quote from John A. Shedd. And I think that where we're at now, it's such a great time to be in sales with the possibilities. It's such a great time for us to reinvent ourselves. It's such a great time to develop new capabilities. And it's easy for people to shut down or to coast and wait. This too shall pass. Well, we're not going back to where we were. We might go partially back, but there will always be a virtual distance video-based aspect of selling that is going to be around for a long time. And so as we look for new capabilities, I want to close with this. A ship in harbor is safe, but that's not what ships were built for. You are built, as we all are in sales, for adversity. We're all built to do more than we've done. And let's use this time. This is our annual reminder. We can all be something bigger. Back to you, Mike.
Thanks, Jody. I appreciate it. And virtual applause for Jody Williamson, everybody. Author of The Contrarian Salesperson, longtime Sandler trainer from Chicago, and definitely one of our technology gurus. Loves to check out and play with the new technology. And I saw lots of good stuff. So +1s in the chat. I appreciate that. Lots of points there for Jody Williamson. And lots of things that people are asking about. So if you're interested in the Vidyard tool, we have a partnership with them. You can go to vidyard.link/Sandler. And Jody mentioned he and I will be hosting a 1-hour webinar in May. So that's a couple of months off, but we will talk about virtual selling best practices and presentation tips we've already done. So if you sign up for Sandler online, it is sandler.com/sell if you don't already have an account. Or if you already do and you want to log in, learn.sandler.com, you can find recordings from previous webinars where we've talked about virtual presenting. We did a video webinar with Vidyard themselves that is recorded and in there too. Lots of great tips on virtual selling and lots of great stuff as usual from Jody Williamson. So thank you so much, Jody. Lots of love back to you there. So we have about a 15-minute break. So if you need to take a break, step away from the screen, now would be a decent time. If you don't, and you want to hang out with me, I have another question for you. So as always, you can subscribe to the podcast on iTunes, Google Play, Spotify. You can take our survey, sandler.com/survey. You can switch to the YouTube channel. If you want to go pull up your YouTube on your smart TV and watch us broadcasting live on YouTube, search for Sandler Virtual Summit 2021. And don't forget, hashtag Sandler Summit. Those are trending on Twitter, and we're excited about all the mentions there. So share your top takeaways, attitudes, behaviors, techniques. Now would be a great time to put a hashtag Sandler Summit out on Twitter, LinkedIn, or Facebook. We appreciate it. Now, which sales technology is most important to your success? If you've already sent a text to 22333 with Virtual Summit, you can just reply with your answer. If you are on a computer or you're international, you can go to pollev.com/virtual summit, and lots of Zoom shout outs coming in here. CRM looks like a close second. Microsoft Teams in there as well. Sandler, there's lots of good Sandler technology. You can get the My Sandler app or Sandler Online. Might be getting multiple votes for Sandler technologies as well. What else? If you use a word that is exactly what is on the screen, you'll see it grow in the middle, and it looks like lots of shout outs for Zoom. But what is the most popular technology? Again, that Zoom link, sorry, we'll type this in the chat for you. Somebody can do that, is vidyard.link/Sandler. You can get a free trial of the Vidyard video tool that Jody used to pre-record his upfront contract there and do some of his demos. Telephone, of course. Sometimes we forget telephone was a technology. It was a new technology for sales, right? It's been around a while, but email, I would say, is probably needs to be up there in the top list too. Social media gets lots of shout outs. Don't be afraid to pick up the telephone. That's always a great play for sure. Salesforce, another great partner of Sandler's we got in there. Smartphones are always good. Zoom Info, look up and research prospects. Great ideas there. Let's see if we got anything over on YouTube. Lots of plus ones. Thanks for watching. Nathan, Garrett, Eric over there with the plus ones and the shout outs to Jody. I appreciate it. Thank you for watching. LinkedIn, free version of LinkedIn definitely needs a shout out there, and LinkedIn Sales Navigator. Both of those get shout outs as the most successful technology as well. All right, we'll let this roll for a minute longer. If you want to get your votes in, pollev.com/virtual summit, pollev.com/virtual summit, or you can, in North America, text virtual summit to 22333 to join, and then text with your vote or message in there. There you go. We read your mind and got the Vidyard link in right before you asked it. Never heard of Zip, Whip, or Mask Meets, but I do have a cool tool for you. If you want to check out another one, free publicity for Lunch Club, search for Lunch Club. I think it's .ai maybe. But you can set up random appointments with people. So you say when you're available, when you would like to do a 45-minute virtual meeting with somebody, and they will find somebody that partners based on the algorithm of what you put in, what you're looking for, somebody in what industry or what experience or for what purpose, and they match you with a free prospecting appointment you can do right on Zoom. So Lunch Club is really cool. I've been doing that for a while. Clubhouse getting some recent shout outs for sure, and Uber Conference, all great tools. I think the key with tech is that you have to use the right tool at the right time, right? There's so many channels that we communicate with our buyers now that it's really important to make sure you choose the right media for your message. So make sure that, if it's something urgent, you don't just send an email and hope for the best, that you pick up the phone and call somebody. Or if you have difficult news, maybe you do that over video in Zoom. Lots of different tools that you can use. You probably shouldn't use all of them all the time. Choose what's appropriate and use the right tool for the right job, as they say, right? All right, let's give you another poll. Looks like we got some good answers, and Zoom is going to win this one. So moving on to our next one. In your opinion, what is the most important virtual selling skill? Jody Williamson talked about a lot, but what is the most important virtual selling skill? Technique, tool, skill, tactic, ability to be relevant. Love that. Camera eye contact, always good, and a difficult one to pull off when you have 4 monitors going to keep track of about 5,000 people. Look over here, confidence. Confidence is great. Can't do anything about looking good on camera sometimes, right? That stinks a little bit. But awesome. Mastering your tone. I think that's great. We heard Jody Williamson mention that, but so much more bonding and rapport if you tell your face and you work on your tone. I think that is amazing for sure. And reversing and listening. Lots of shout outs for listening coming in there. Listening is always an important sales skill. And I would say it's even more important online, especially with social media. I wrote a book, LinkedIn, The Sandler Way. You can get that for free on our website as well if you go to sandler.com and click on the resources. But In social media, think about it. There are a billion people now on social media begging for somebody to pay attention to them. If you're the one that's listening, if you're the one that's liking and sharing and commenting on their posts, your buyer is going to notice that. It's going to be important to them. I see energy coming up. Great empathy for sure. Lots of engagement, bonding and rapport stuff, managing the pipeline, body language, meaningful non-business questions. That's interesting. Two-way communication for sure. That is great. Lots of great tips coming in. And I appreciate all of you chiming in. We got about 10 minutes left on this break, so I'm going to let it roll for a little bit and see what you shout out as the most important virtual selling skill. But we've shouted out way too many links already here for you to follow up. So if you have any questions about today, talk to your local Sandler trainer. There is all kinds of tools for finding out people's DISC profile before you go on a call with them. You can use AI and artificial intelligence to search and look for what their behavioral style is before you even pick up the phone. That's a cool tool. You can also, I saw people shouting out stock images for your PowerPoints. There's all kinds of great tools and technologies out there. And there's lots of great Sandler tools to help you use them. So I think one of the cool things about Sandler is that we help you fill up that LMS system with great content for your salespeople. We help you know what to look for when you use Gong, call recording intelligence, and you look back at your call. Did you have a great upfront contract? Did you have a next step at the end? When and where did you talk about budget? You can find all of those things by listening to the recordings, but you need to know what you're looking for. So I highly recommend that you talk to your local Sandler trainer. Again, if you don't have one or don't know who that is, just go to sandler.com, and there is a locator there where you can find a local Sandler office and check that out. I appreciate all the shout outs. Run down the offers for you today. Dave's new book, Scaling Sales Success by Dave Matson, is available at sandler.com/Dave's book. Now would be a great time to check out the Sandler Research Center. You got about 8 minutes. You can finish this survey in 8 minutes, I think, if you're quick. Go to sandler.com/survey, take our What Buyers Want survey, and you will be able to get the results of this. We're going to have thousands of people from around the world responding, and you can get the results before anybody else if you take the survey yourself. Also, I should probably send a shout out. We have like 50 people signed in as Sarah Prokopchek there. So if you see lots of messages from Sarah, there are multiple people. She's not just a really fast talker and talking to herself. There are lots of Sarah's logged in there. So sorry, Sarah, for getting the bad rap today and getting beat up for all the comments. But if you are logged in as a Sarah, you might want to keep that into consideration too, and maybe take those company chats to a private channel or something. But sorry about that. We thought Sarah was a very, very fast typer. Yes. Survey link again is sandler.com/survey. If you want to take the survey right now, it would be a great time. Okay. If you have any trouble with Zoom, we still have about 3,500 people in the Zoom meeting. You can go over to the YouTube channel. You can also watch on any smart TV or any cell phone. If you got to run, take it with you. It is Sandler Virtual Summit 2021, and search for that or go to the YouTube channel, youtube.com/Sandler Worldwide, and then you'll find our live link right there as well. Sandler wins the fast typing award for things. All right. Any great other talks here? Most important virtual selling skill. Do it. That's a great tip. Straight out of the Nike logo. Just do it. Sell virtually. Make sure you figure it out and keep things rolling. Focusing and avoiding distractions. Somebody shared that 4 minutes ago, and wow, isn't that a great one? So it's so hard right now. I have 4 screens. I have YouTube up. I have the broadcast. I have the Zoom chat going over here and our poll over here on the right side. And it's a lot. It's really hard to focus on what you're doing and communicating with another person if you have a lot of distractions. So make sure you close your email, close your instant messengers, put your phone on silent, and focus on being in the sales call. Great conversations. Okay. let me see, hashtag Sandler Summit for sure. And I think we're almost there. We got about 5 minutes, but I'm going to have the production team. We should give them a shout out to CCR doing our production team. Can you give me a little background music, and we'll just let this poll roll here on Virtual Summit for a couple of minutes, and we'll come back in 4 minutes with our next speaker, Tracy Bullock. She is from Phoenix, Arizona, and we'll be throwing it out to her in about 4 minutes. All right, gang, we are about 2 minutes away. It's your 2-minute warning if you need to get back in front of the screen. Hopefully you are enjoying our brief royalty-free music. Yes, always a good call on a live broadcast, especially over YouTube. So enjoy the river dancing in the background, and lots of people asking for stuff. So if you need the agenda, it is sandler.com/agenda. For today. That's really easy. If you need the 30-second commercial, that's sandler.com/30SEC, sandler.com/30SEC for that 30-second commercial thing. And lots of other great stuff going on. You can always reach out to any Sandler trainer. You can check out the YouTube channel and the stuff over there. Naomi asked for the Vidyard link again. That was Vidyard, VIDYARD.link, LINK/Sandler. So vidyard.link/Sandler for that one. And we're about 1 minute away from Tracy Bullock. She is in Phoenix, Arizona, a longtime trainer and Sandler Award winner. We're going to be talking about how to change your course and change your life. But I appreciate everybody sending in the chats and the shout outs and participating in our virtual poll there. Mirroring and matching coming in as things you should do in a virtual selling environment. Do the same thing as offline. I heard that. Don't change anything. It was a great tip. Don't blame customers for the problems they experience and digging into the situation to solve the matter instead. I think Jody had some great tips about when technology goes wrong. We're halfway through here and we've had really good luck today, so I don't want to jinx it. But whenever you have a technology issue, deal with it up front. Understand that stuff happens. Pick up the phone, figure it out, help them solve links. We all have a wide variety of technological skill, and so it makes things very difficult. I know when I teach classes on virtual selling, or I do something like this where we have 5,000 people on live, some of you are going to have better equipment than others. Some of you are going to have faster internet than others. Some of you are going to have more technology experience than others. Hopefully you can learn to adapt and flex and match what the buyer's needs are. So if they're in a bad spot and they can only call in on the Wi-Fi, that's okay. We can't do video this time. You can match what they need. But if they are working from home, they got a great camera and they're ready to join, they turn their video on, make sure you join them on video and mirror and match that as well. All right. Now it is time to throw it out to Phoenix, Arizona. Tracy Bullock, one of our longtime Sandler trainers, talking about change your course to change your life. Take it away, Tracy.
Thanks, Mike. It's so fun to be here today. I'm sorry we can't be together in person, but I'm very excited to be sharing some ideas, some concepts that you can take away and use right away in your businesses. And as you think about this idea of what small changes in course we can make that will make a huge difference in our lives and our success of our business, pretty appropriate for the time we find ourselves in. As I was researching what kind of topics would be something unique, different, interesting to share, I found an article in Success Magazine. Now, oddly enough, it was written in 2016, so 5 years ago, by a woman by the name of Patty Johnson. Now, Patty identified 7 small things people can do to really guide their life to success. And what I wanted to do is take these ideas, put them in the context of 2021, sprinkle in some Sandler sales tools, and really think about on the other end, how we can make some small changes, just a small course correction to make a huge difference as we move forward. So with that in mind, let me share those with you. The first one, mind your mind. Are your thoughts helping you? Now, one of the basic tenets of Sandler, no matter the program, whether it's sales, leadership for organizational excellence, management, or customer service, the basic tenet is this, the BAT triangle, behavior, attitude, and technique. It's not enough to be great at your skill set. You also need to make sure your mindset, your spirit, your body, how you're approaching things is solid, and your behaviors. Do you understand the difference and the commitment it takes to do what you need to do to drive your success every day? Now, when you think about minding your mind, on the flip side of that is having in mind where you want to go. So this is a picture of my 2021 vision board. Now, anybody in my classes would know that we typically do these in December together and present them to each other so that we can kind of remind each other as we go through our year what we're after, what we're manifesting, what's important to us. Obviously, we did this on our own, but shared them virtually in January. But as you can see, my 2021 vision board is not just about my work, it's about my life, what I want to achieve, my family, my health, and staying strong and mindful as I go through my year. In order to keep me grounded and focused on that, I journal. Now, that's a picture of my 2021 journal. And I write in mine, different than a lot of people, I write mine at the end of my day. Because I start my day every day with 2 things, looking at my vision board and doing my affirmations. And I end my evening, my day, every day, doing the same 2 things. So I want to see how I'm tracking. I want to be able to read back 20, 21 days ago to see where I was and what progress I've made. I don't know how many of you practice law of attraction, but I wanted to read you a couple of the affirmations that I use every day. See it, feel it, believe it. I am an I-10. Amazing opportunities come to me today. I am whole, I am complete, and everything I desire is already here. So on my mirror in my master bathroom, I have a saying: what comes out of your mouth and your mind comes into your life. I know for a fact that as human beings, we have 70,000 thoughts a day. And that's about 3,000 an hour, 50 a minute. And that means it's almost one thought per second. Now, I want you to write these two numbers down: 98 and 80. Of those 70,000 thoughts we have, 98% of them are the same thoughts we had from yesterday. 80% of them are negative. So a little trick that my Sandler coach, when I first started back in initial training, when I first found the program, was kind of learning the concepts, he had us wear a rubber band. And every time we had a negative thought, we had to snap ourselves. Well, I can tell you, end of day one, I had to change my wrist 3 times because it got so sore from the thoughts. So as you're minding your mind, how are you reminding yourself to have more positive thoughts than negative ones? Number 2, separate how you feel from what you do. Make a deliberate choice. Now, this is such an important saying to me. It's a Sandler rule, if you will. But right over here in my training center, 6 feet long by 4 feet high, it says it's not how you feel that determines how you act. It's how you act that determines how you feel. What does that mean? It means nobody cares how you're feeling inside. They care how you show up for them. So when you call me, when you email me, when we have a conversation or a coaching event, somebody says, "How are you?" I'm going to say, "I'm fabulous." And I can guarantee you I'm not always fabulous, but saying it gets me half the way there. So let me ask you this. When's the last time you made a choice just to peek out of your comfort zone? Let alone step out of your comfort zone. Have you identified what your comfort zone is? Now, how long does it take to be brave? Some people say it takes a minute. Some people 30 seconds, but I say it's 2 seconds. Make up your mind and take the first step. Another Sandler rule says you don't have to like it. You just have to do it. Point number 3, stop comparing yourself. Make sure you have your own internal measures of success based on what's important to you. Now, we learn at an early age to start comparing ourselves to our peers, to other people's successes. But here's what I'm suggesting. Put a stake in it as of today. Now, your stake in the ground might have been January of 2021. I'm going to own this year. Maybe it's second quarter. Okay, I've got my arms around it. Now I'm going forward. Or maybe it's how you're going to show up immediately following this summit. So if that's the first thing you need to do to stop comparing, set your own benchmarks and monitor your success. This is why we do personal cookbooks. This is why you have coaches' playbooks, because not only are you measuring the KPIs, the results versus objective, but what you're doing is actually focused on the behaviors, because KPIs, those have already happened. You've done something and now you're reaping the rewards, the results. But what is it that you did? What behaviors did we exhibit in order to deliver those results? If you don't measure them, how do you know what's working, what you need to tweak, and what you need to change? So monitor your personal progress. And finally, decide what your own Mount Everest is, right? This is about measuring goals that mean something to you, finding your own why. Now, in both management and our sales classes, and I guess our leadership classes too, right? We talk about SMART goals. I'm going to change those up a little bit today. And I want to talk about it this way. I want to talk about it as SMART-er goals. So specific, measurable, actionable, because remember, I'm after the behavior that we're measuring. Realistic and time-bound, right? Specific, measurable, actionable, realistic, and time-bound. But now let's add the ER. E stands for it drives our energy. It energizes us every day. It's worth it to get out of bed, to get up, and to climb that mountain. And the R stands for rewarding. It's worth it. I feel a sense of accomplishment when I'm measuring what I set out to do based on what's important to me. Claim time for yourself at the start of each day. Now, time is probably our most valuable non-renewable resource. The president and the homeless guy, one thing in common, probably only one thing, it's 24 hours in a day. So if we make a choice and we're doing that deliberate choice, how are you choosing to start your day? Are you the type of person that as soon as the alarm goes off, you roll over, grab your smart device and start reading your emails? Or maybe you're just trying to make it through the chaos of the morning, hoping that everybody will soon be quiet, get on with their day, and let you have a minute to yourself. Or do you start your day 5 minutes of contemplation, centering your brain and writing your goals down? I know there's half of you out there are laughing at me right now because our world turned topsy-turvy. I mean, half of you are doing homeschooling and might still be, right? Or so many people had to come home from their offices and work at the kitchen table. And frankly, in residences that weren't designed to have a workspace, let alone when you're trying to school your kids, monitor the homework, do your job, and you have a partner or a spouse doing the same thing at the other end of the dining room table. So when, Tracy, am I going to claim time for myself every day? Let me suggest this. Instead of the contemplation, the meditation, what if you were to stand in a Wonder Woman pose? What if you were to own your space and stand there for 3 minutes to re-energize what you're doing, how you want to show up, and get your mindset that you're going to own this day? Could be a victory pose, right? It's the universal sign of I did it, or I'm going to do it. Now, if your kids are anything like mine, I would have gotten mocked out of the house trying to do the Wonder Woman pose for 3 whole minutes. So maybe it's nothing harder than going outside in the fresh air, taking 10 deep breaths in and 10 deep breaths out. It's amazing what happens when you clear your head and clear your heart. Do something new every single week. Intentionally shake things up. Now, as I was looking at images that I could share to make this come alive for you, because goodness knows we're, over 50% of us are visual folks, I found this slide, and I believe it was from Dave Matson's presentation. It was from the 2019 Client Summit. So exactly what we're doing today, 2 years ago. And it's so appropriate now. The quote is by Eric Hoffer, and it says this: in times of change, it's the learners who will inherit the earth, while the learned will find themselves beautifully equipped for a world that no longer exists. Let me say it again. In times of change, it's the learners who inherit the earth, while the learned find themselves beautifully equipped for a world that doesn't exist today. So, what a prophecy. What have you done to drive new energy, new ideas, to shake your world up? Now, I'm not suggesting you wear VR goggles as you ride a bike down the street, but can you imagine the journeys you could take? The universe you could create on your own along that trip? Think of the feeling you have. I know you know what it is, whether it's skydiving off of or jumping, not skydiving, but they clearly could dive off of that cliff into the ocean. Think of that feeling where your stomach drops and you're suspended in the air right before you come down, right? That exhilarating feeling of new energy and fear and fun. Learn something new every day, or at least every week. So I am a lifelong learner. Every year, I pick something new to learn. Some years it's American Sign Language or something like cake decorating, for goodness sakes. Last year, it happened to be tap dancing. When my kids were in school, I took up guitar so my son and I could play a duet in his recital. And this year, it's all about sound healing. But hey, it could be pick something from Sandler online, a new podcast, a new white paper. Go have a discussion with somebody with totally different point of view or comes from a whole different, diverse background than you do, and see how you can come up with new energy, new ideas, and be the constant learners that will inherit the earth. Listen, even when you want to talk. Now, listening is got to be the most powerful learning tool in our tool belt, right? Not only for learning our work stuff, but in relationship building, right? It's at our disposal every day. Now, we teach and preach, right? The 70-30 rule of communication, where we're supposed to listen 70% of the time. And then 30% of the time, we ask great questions and have a good conversation about some of those answers to better understand the person sitting across the table from us. But do you ever wonder, when you're not recording, so when we're not using something like Gong or even a Zoom recording, do you ever wonder how often you really do it in a call? Or how about a coaching opportunity? How often, even with our families, do we use the concept of conversation versus dialogue? So we have apps, right, on our Fitbits or our iWatches that do everything from track our exercise, our water intake, our sleep, our heart rate, our foods, our weight, our for goodness sakes, even our meditation, right? There's apps for all of that. Wouldn't it be interesting if there was an app that would somehow read the amount of time when you're in a conversation with someone where you're listening and not talking, right? It'd be doing the party dance at the end of the day, you know, the vibration and the woo-woo, the fireworks, when you actually had hit your daily goal of 70% listening, 30% talking. But until then, until such an app is created, until it's not just your heart rate, but maybe your speaking rate that can be measured and monitored and goals set for that, figure out a way to ask for feedback, to find a way to use this learning tool for active listening instead of dialogue. finally, battle the addiction to being right. There is no joy in winning the battle if you lose the war. So if you think about it, my favorite, actually the reason when I left corporate America, I embraced the Sandler curriculum was for the upfront contract. I believe it's one of the most powerful tools across any program that we have. Why? Because going into any negotiation, any conversation, any call, any coaching opportunity, any leadership meeting, we all understand what we're trying to accomplish. What is our objective? We know it's going to be a give and take, but together we define what the outcome will be. So hands down, if you don't use it today, learn how to do it tomorrow. But here are the questions I think you can ask yourself to keep you in this battle of addiction to being right. And don't get me wrong, I'm a really competitive person. I love to win. I love to play. But I don't want to buy back because I am so married to being right. I don't want to buy back the trust and the relationship I've built over time because of the interaction. So ask yourself these three things. What's the objective we're trying to accomplish? Is there only one way to get something done? And is it the words or the message? That's the most important piece here. So 7 small changes we've talked about in course to lead a big difference in your life, in your success. Mind your mind. We talked about the number of thoughts we have in a day. And we talked about the two numbers, 98 and 80. 98% of the thoughts you have today, you had yesterday. If 80% of them are negative, what's going to be your stop? How are you going to stop in your tracks? Separate how you feel from what you do. It's not how you feel that determines how you act. It's how you act that determines how you feel, how you show up. Stop comparing. Your yardstick needs to be something that matters to you. Your yardstick needs to be beating your own last year, beating your own goals, your own Mount Everest, your why. Claim time for yourself at the start of each day. Again, it might not be a 45-minute meditation session or even writing down your goals for the day. It might be the 10 deep breaths outside just to clear your head, because we know that you'll be a heck of a lot more successful if you understand what you want to do and how you want to get there. Do something new every week. Pick something fun, for goodness sakes. Remember SMART-ER, specific, measurable, actionable, realistic, time-bound, energizing, and rewarding. Listen even when you want to talk. So until we get our apps, find a way, ask for feedback. Practice active listening, not combative listening. You know what combative listening is, right? That's when their mouths stop moving and it's your turn to talk. And battle the addiction to being right. Nothing's worse than blowing up trust and a relationship built over time, over the need to be right. Learn to check your ego, go not okay, and use an upfront contract to understand what the outcome of the interaction should be. So, changes in course to make a big difference in your life. What I want to leave us with here is, instead of a BHAG, right, the big, hairy, audacious goal, I'd like to coin a new phrase with you today, and I'd like you to steal it shamelessly and share it back. And that new phrase is this: SDOT. Stands for this: small, daily, one things. So Remember I told you that across my mirror in my master bathroom, it says, what comes out of your mouth and your mind comes into your life. Here's what else it says. I choose, I believe, I create, I love, I can. What's your SDOT? What's the small daily one thing that you want to bring into your life to succeed? Take a minute, open up your chats, type it in. What's the one thing? What's going to make a difference in your life? Maybe tell us how, but more importantly, turn and share that with someone else. Thank you.
Thank you, Tracy. And very nicely done. +1s in the chat for Tracy. But more importantly, put in your SDOT. What is your small daily one task? What is your one thing that you're going to commit to doing? I actually keep track of 5. I want to eat according to my plan and my diet that I set out for the day. I want to exercise for at least 30 minutes, meditate for at least 30 minutes, and I want to do something playful and fun and enjoyable and rewarding that's just for me for at least 30 minutes a day. So I think Tracy's talk hit home for me. Tracy Bullock from Phoenix, Arizona, a longtime Sandler trainer and an award winner. Awesome talk there, Tracy. Shout out yours and hold each other accountable in the chat too. When a lot of people haven't thought about this, but when you think of a goal, it's the first creation of the goal. It's your first existence. You created you doing this task out of thin air. It never existed before. Now it's a thought in your head. When you type it into the chat or you tell it to somebody else, it's a second creation of the goal. It becomes more powerful and it becomes alive in the physical existence, or at least electronically here. And when somebody else reads it, it becomes a thought in their head of, oh, Kara wants to, or Claire wants to serve her clients. Now I'm thinking about that. It exists as a third creation in my mind as somebody else. The more you can write it down, the more powerful those goals and actions become. Because if I write down, I want to serve my clients every single day, it's another creation of that goal. It's a fourth, it's a fifth creation. The more people you tell, the more it builds on itself until that goal becomes so powerful, it can't help but become a reality. So awesome. I thank you guys for shouting those out in the chats. And again, remind yourself here, you can subscribe to the How to Succeed podcast in your favorite podcast app right now, iTunes, Google Podcasts, Spotify, anywhere else you can find podcasts. Search for How to Succeed. I host that podcast and we have new episodes every Monday, and you will find episodes from every single one of our speakers today. So if you want to hear more on anybody, whether it's Dave Matson, we did a podcast recently on his new book, which is at Dave's Book, Sandler.com/Dave's Book. But you can check out How to Succeed at Scaling Sales Success, and you'll find that in your favorite podcast app. Same thing with Bill Bartlett and his book, The Sales Coach's Playbook, Jody Williamson on the Contrarian Salesperson, or even virtual selling tips. I really love his talk on ethical selling, is an amazing podcast to follow up with from Jody Williamson. I know Tracy has been on the podcast, and all kinds of great material there for you if you want to learn more. You can also talk to your local Sandler trainer or check out our additional resources in Sandler Online, sandleronline.com or sandler.com/sell, SELL, if you need to get signed up for a new account and you don't have one already. All right, awesome. Share those shout outs and comments, takeaways in the chat. Sandler Training on YouTube, Facebook, LinkedIn. Use the hashtag Sandler Summit so you can follow and we can collect all of those questions and lessons learned as well. I'm starting to jumble them now. We're in the second half, but I'm gonna rebound and rally because we put Glenn Matson in the perfect spot for you. Glenn Matson is Mr. Energy, and it's going to be hard just to keep him inside the screen. We'll see if he can stay inside his camera angle. But we're going to throw it out now to New York City, going back to the East Coast. And Glenn Matson, one of our award-winning trainers, talking about his vision for the virtual world. Take it away, Glenn.
Mike, thanks so much. What a great introduction. We've had a heck of a morning already so far, and we got more to come. We're taking a look at the session for today is called the vision of reality, which is how do you envision your reality when things aren't necessarily going the way that you want them to? Last year, we had unprecedented year for sure. We were all impacted no matter who you were. You had families that had issues with gatherings, brothers and sisters debating what they should be doing. You had issues with school, elementary, dual incomes, sitting home with their kids, taking a look at what to do with colleges, playing sports, all got impacted. Then you had health issues. Some people, it was the best year of their entire lives in terms of being in health. Other people, boom, depression. So then we look at some of the individuals when it came to work, right? Some individuals just froze. They didn't know what to do. It took them 6 months to a year to figure it out. Other people paused. Then you had some just trying to survive. Yet others, it was their best year ever. They thrived beyond all belief. So when you look at the screen that you just saw, things popping up, which of those one-liners did you look a little familiar to you? Or which ones sounded like what you may have said to yourself when you got knocked down to that one knee? Look, we all had issues last year financially for sure. Some people lost deals. Deals got smaller. Other people had their pipeline start to dry up. Heck, I even had some clients had an entire vertical disappear. So that could have been maybe 6, 8, 10 months ago, 12 months ago. What about this morning? What about when you made that phone call and it didn't go well? In the back of your head is like, you should have said this. Why didn't you say that? You know, you always do this. Or maybe even this morning when you first walked in, you opened up your file to ready to have a meeting with one of your clients and the notes that you're looking for aren't there. And you're saying to yourself, am I the only one that listens to what I say? This cannot be that hard. How many of you actually walked into the kitchen this morning and you still saw dishes out and you walked around and said, this is not that hard. How come I'm the only one that understands what to do in this house? So we all have adversity that hits us. I'd love to hear what you have in your head when you hit adversity. Could have been, again, 12 months ago, could have been 6 months ago, could have been 60 seconds ago. So go ahead and give us a chat. What is some of the things that you say to yourself? Maybe you say it to your peers. Maybe you say it to people at work. Could even be family members. But I want to know the stuff you say inside your head. That's the juicy stuff. So let's take a look at how what we say and how we perceive the reality we're in, how it dictates what we do. Do you realize that 95% of the decisions that you make, 95% of the actions that you're going to take are basically influenced because of your behaviors and your beliefs inside your head? Your beliefs dictate everything that you do. Now realize your beliefs are not truths. They are your beliefs inside your head that over time with success turn into convictions. They are the core of who we are. I don't know about you, but I grew up in a household that hard work, that was number one, hard work, never be outworked. No matter what we played in sports, hey, you may not be the best player on the team, but you ain't gonna be out hustled. You may not be the smartest person in the world, but you ain't gonna be outworked. So what are some of the beliefs that you have deep inside? They influence every aspect of your life. How many times have you heard, maybe your parents even said to you, hey, people are going to judge you based on who you hang out with. Who you hang out with is who you become. They influence expectations of reality. They give us our perceptions of what our reality is. You've heard Sandler say the rule, hey, you earn what you think you're worth. Ooh, that one hits home. How about you only call as high in an organization as your mother will let you? How about this one? Your average case size has more to do with your self-esteem than your skill sets. How come some people are destined to keep bringing in small pieces of business and other people have the skill set and the mindset to do the small, but also can go after large deals? Our beliefs influence everything that we do. Everything that we do. They're the foundation of our self-concept. What happens when you hear the word no? What about when you start to make a phone call and you say, uh-oh, what happens if I don't know the answers? What happens if they ask me questions I don't know the answers to? What happens if I get embarrassed? All these things are our beliefs. They determine how we see ourselves in relationship to the world. They also place all the labels on us. How many of you say things like, and I do it sometimes, hey, I'm not a great speller. Boom, that's a label. How about some of you saying, you know what? I'm not good at this. I don't want to embarrass myself there. What about the limitations that you put on yourself? How about when it's time to role play? Are you the one that raises your hand and says, I'll role play? Or do you say, shh, that may be embarrassing? Our beliefs dictate the expectations that we have. When your children come home and you say, how'd you do in class? Oh, I got a C. I'm pretty happy with that. Well, that's because they're a C player in their mind. Now, granted, I'm not going to sit here and fight you about, hey, how hard work and no matter what the grade is, what the grade is. But we all know, look, we talk about it in comfort zones. If you think you're worth $80,000 and you're starting to be on pace to make 100, you will slow down your behavior because your beliefs say that you're worth 80. If you're worth $1 million, you're going to figure out how to make $1 million. If you're worth 500, etc. How many times do you start making good money? You look around and say, I'm doing better than anyone else I know. And all of a sudden that belief is my being too successful. Beliefs dictate everything that we do for the most part. So let's take a look at a filter that I've been using for years to help people through recessions and through guiding them through challenging times in their career, even on the flip side when they're exponentially looking to grow and they want to get to that next level. So this is a wheel of decision-making and emotion together. It's 5 steps. Inside the top part, as you see, is your beliefs and your behaviors. But with those beliefs and attitudes, we have to have filters. Those filters impact our decisions, which in turn creates results and outcomes. So when we look at this, more times than not, we all want to get better results and outcomes, but we don't spend any time actually looking at the decisions that we make. So if you ever look at your results and outcomes and say to yourself, oh, I could have done better, I should have done better. I want you to look at it from a stoic standpoint and ask yourself, what could I do better? What could I have done more of? What can I do differently? Ask yourself in the decision step, what could have been different? Why did I get to the result I got to? Look, if we take a look at the number one biggest reason that people don't make it in sales, called fear of rejection, need for approval. That's the belief that you have in your head. Well, because of that, you want to be liked. Because of that, you don't want to be seen pushy. Because of that, you don't want to be asking tough questions or sometimes even prospecting. So because of that filter, your decision is, I'll procrastinate. I'll do it a different way, or I'm not going to do it at all. I'll do busy work. Therefore, the results you're not seeing in a lot of people, because you're not seeing a lot of people, you're not making any money. Not a good recipe for success. Number one reason people don't make it in sales. Now, what about accountability? There are so many companies right now that are hiring us to help them grow in accountability. They're helping, saying our people, our leaders need to drive execution. Yet it is study after study that will tell you that people are saying, hey, I want to have some supervision. I want to have some guiding lights to let me know when I'm doing well or not so well. Yet when you go to leadership, unfortunately, more than half of your leaders will raise their hand and say, I choose not to hold people accountable. I don't want to be the bad guy. I don't want to be the bad person. So what we have to do is take a look at not the skills that they have to do for accountability, but changing their mindset, changing their beliefs so that they will choose to hold people accountable. Same thing about peer to boss. These individuals were peers of someone, now they're the boss. If we don't deal with the filters they have in their head on that challenging aspect, they're going to have a very difficult time being a good manager. Look, I had one today on one of my meetings this morning. Was very interesting. These are entrepreneurs who are looking to get to the next level. And by doing so, what they're looking to do is actually do less work. They want to give a lot of the responsibilities to their lower end teams, right? The second tiers. So what happens is very interesting. They grew that business. And when they grew the business, how they grew the business is they prospected and brought in new clients. Of course, they service and take care of the ones they have, but heavy prospecting, heavy growth, heavy sales. And now they have a very large business. These individuals are looking for their second generation, the second tier people, phenomenal team members, phenomenal. They want to become owners. They grew up in the business where it was already established, was already successful, and their job was to service. So they believe to grow the business to service the clients. Yet the entrepreneurial, the one who started it, the rainmaker, will turn around and say, we have to service, but we have to go out and get new. Yet many of these second generation individuals in terms of leadership believe that that's not the way to do it, or sometimes they don't feel comfortable doing that. They don't want to hunt outside the zoo. So because of that, we have now a clash of beliefs on how to grow the business. What about our parents? What about some of you, right? We want to be our friends to our kids. We don't want to hold them accountable, right? We want to be friends. So all of a sudden it was time to supervise. It changes the filter that you have in the back of your brain on how to handle the situation. So anytime that you have simple things, right, taking a look at what goes on inside your behavior to create that filter is magic, is really magic. So when we look at some of the things that we do, and anytime that we're about to take action, time to go to that purple area, the bottom part of that circle, when it's time to start to do something and we can feel that part inside of our body that dragging us backwards, what's happening is that we have self-limiting beliefs. When it's time to act, when it's time to do, and that do or act is outside of our comfort zone, we have an uncomfortable feeling and it pulls us back underneath the skin. It's a clear indication you have a self-limiting belief holding you back. Now remember, beliefs are never good or bad. They are here to, in essence, to protect you. Sure, a belief of don't talk to strangers is really valuable when you're a kid. But when you're 29 or you're in your 30s or in your 40s or whatever age you may be and you're out trying to prospect, it's not a great belief to have. So our beliefs have to actually, in essence, start to be upgraded. So whenever you look at the left side here, results and your outcomes, and you're not getting the results that you want, you're not getting the outcomes that you want to. As a matter of fact, if you're fear-based is that you take a look at the results and outcome and you get so immobilized in the present moment, you don't do much about it. So what happens is to fix that is you have to be stoic and look at your decisions and say, what has to be better here? What has to be different? And look at it truly from a third person. That's why Sandler always told you, be a third person to your own selling event. Look down at it and say, all right, what do I need to get better at? Most fear-based situations are due to lack of conviction that you have in your skill. So let me take this filter now that we understand how beliefs create these filters, which have a massive impact on our decisions, massive impact on our decisions. So now let's take a look at a filter of how we can translate our feelings into understanding how to live in the present moment. So we have these emotional needs. It's under your gold area. The emotional needs is security, control, and adequacy. What that natural feelings are is anxiety, frustration, and sadness. Anxiety, frustration, and sadness are good things. What we don't want is fear, anger, and guilt to come. So we want to break that pattern right between that red and purple area. It's okay to have natural feelings, but don't have that natural feelings go to thought, then that takes into action. So let's take a look at how we can take this model and put it into use every day. Now, there's lots of different philosophies out there, lots of different teachers, but at the end of the day, they all follow the same basic premise. We have three mental states that we can be at. We can be in the present moment, we can be in the future, and we can be in the past. Mentally, we're in one spot, right here. So when we start to take a look at our head, heart, and gut, we need to be present. The past and the future are what we call futile emotional states. They're like a vampire. They just suck so much time, energy, and they just drain you immensely. No good comes from it. And by the way, there's a third place, which is above you. That happens with people in process, which we'll talk about in a second. So what I like is to do is to bring this journey to understand how these self-limiting beliefs that we have are a vampire. They're called futile emotional states. They're not good for decision-making. They're not good for leadership, and they're not good for management or sales, anything to do with revenue. So if you find yourself not having the ability to go to sleep at night because you're stressed out, if you have sometimes you may wake up in the middle of the night, maybe it's 3, 4, 5, you have to use the bathroom, maybe you're turning, and you can't go back to bed, and your mind is moving 1,000 miles a moment. That means your brain is in futile emotional states. Your body's still in the present moment, but not your brain. So we've done tons of coaching with people to live in the present moment and to have that control. And it's amazing at how much energy that we spend and bad decisions we make when we're in those two spots. So let's take a look at what happens when we choose to jump off the reservation, when we choose to get outside and get into those futile emotional states. So the first place is that when we start to look behind us is all about past experiences. And for the most part, past experiences are things that you said or you didn't say, you did or you didn't do. So when you didn't say something and you relive it, it makes some sadness in there. It's like, right? Now, Then all of a sudden that sadness creates immobilization. And that's where we get stuck. And what's happening is, what I mean by stuck is what we're doing is we're constantly thinking about the episode. And when we think about the episode, we actually relive the feelings that we had when it happened. But even happened 2 weeks ago. I'm in my office right now, and I still have that feeling deep inside, and I get immobilized right now. So that's the past. Now, here's part of the problem. We've been taught very early age that if you really care about something, you should feel a little guilty, right? Your mom always said to you when you came home late, don't you feel guilty? We were worrying. So guilt is a learned behavior. It's a learned belief. It's a learned mindset that says, if you care, you should feel this way. Now, here's the reality that's unfortunate. So now all of a sudden, something's happened. It was a mistake. We keep reliving it. We can't let it go. So there's no experience. We're just reliving it. It's like quicksand. And then all of a sudden, when that happens, then the fun people want to come out and play. That's your critical parent, right? That's all about Eric Berne and Parent Adult Child. So your critical parent comes out and says, hey, you should have said this. Why didn't you do that? Do you know you always do this? I love that one. You always wimp out, right? Always make it to extreme. So all of a sudden, you're in a bad spot to begin with. You're sad, and your brain comes in and just crushes you. And you're stuck. It is tough. These are quagmires. They're just cement around your feet. So much time and energy is spent and wasted on actual guilt and feelings of the past. The only way to break this, the only way to understand what happened behind you, shoulda, right, in terms of what you could have said, what you did or didn't, or you did or didn't do, it's called a mistake. Mistakes have no redeeming value unless you can learn from them. So the way to break living in the past is not easy, but it's 2 words. Learn from it, and then you got to let it go, right? Learn, let it go. Learn, let it go. So what's the mistake? What was the lesson that you have to learn? So you've got to be really stoic and look back at what happened, what you could have said, what you should have done, and ask yourself really honestly, what could I have done better? What could I have done differently? What could I have done more of? What do I have to stop doing? Maybe what do I have to start doing? Learn your lesson. And then when you learn your lesson, here comes the hardest part. You got to let it go. Because remember, your psyche likes it when it controls you. So it's going to keep telling you, yeah, well, you should have said this. Hey, man, I got my lesson. You got to let it go. Got to let it go. Got to let it go. It's okay. People think you're crazy. Just walk around with your ear pods on, right? Talk to yourself on undoing what you've done for so long. It's no longer a viable belief. So that's behind us. Now, I know that's a bit crazy because it's already happening. You keep reliving it. But what about the future? The future is when we take a look at where we are right now. We start thinking about what's coming up. Now, when we start thinking about what's coming up, that does create anxiety. And I want to be really straight with everybody in this one. Anxiety is not a bad thing. Anxiety gets your juices flowing. It's a good thing. But for some people, that anxiety creates immobilization. They get stuck. And all of a sudden, the second they get stuck, all of a sudden they turn into worry. Worry, just like guilt, is a learned behavior. Now, when we take a look at it, we learned belief. Now, when we take a look at what happens with that, is that worry over-exaggerated becomes fear, and fear immobilizes you. There's no redeeming value whatsoever in being in fear or in being worried or being in the past guilt. Zero. Futile emotional states. So when you're in the middle of the night and you wake up and you say to yourself, hey, I got to do this. How do I this get done? We have to make sure this is done. You know what? If I don't check on this, this is what's going to happen. And you start thinking of all these things. Just write them down on a piece of paper. Keep it right next to your bed and write it down. The only thing that breaks paralysis is action. Action breaks paralysis every time. You're never going to think yourself through this. You got to act through it. So to do that, how to break this and how to make sure that you're not worrying or you're in panic fear is ask yourself, what is my plan? What do I have to do tomorrow morning or this morning when I wake up to take better control of what's going on? And by the way, if you're going to delegate what you're going to be doing, make sure you have some type of oversight. because that's going to make you worry. After you delegate it, is it getting done? So you got to make sure that when you look behind you, what's your lesson, let it go. When you look in front of you, what's your plan and what's the actions to do it that you have to do with the timelines, with some supervision. Remember, these two places, an enormous amount of energy sucked out of you. You got to live in the present moment. Head, mind, heart, gut, feet. Boom, make a T-bar. Got to be present. Now, the other place that's very interesting that happens is when we start to do another piece, which is the third area I want to show you with in terms of time and space. That's frustration. See, frustration comes with people and or process. You got to connect the feelings. Sadness is behind you, worries and anxieties in front of you, frustrations with people and process. So have you ever sat down and you said to yourself, you know, I'm not the only one that knows. How come I'm the only one doing this? Maybe you get frustrated with someone, it turns into anger. And how many times do I have to go through this with you? I've explained it 50 times. It cannot be that difficult. And we actually get loud. We get angry. You know, the major reason that most people get frustrated and angered, and you may disagree with me, but if I get you on the telly, we'll take 6 or 7 questions. More times than not, the reason that we are getting frustrated and we have anger with the people and or process is because we have not been super clear with their expectations. And the people that are supposed to be doing the work, have we ever asked them, give back to me what you think I heard you say, right? So give me back the expectations. Very often, 90-some-odd% of the time, what fixes this issue is clarity and expectations. Yesterday, I had a call with a client of mine, and he was feeling very frustrated with the CFO. CFO wasn't doing things that needed to be done. And he's saying, you know what? I made a big mistake. I probably never should have hired him. I said, okay, well, take a look at it. At the time, it was a perfect hire. Where they are right now in the growth, there's some frustration. And the reality is that this owner has what's called the Daddy Warbuck syndrome. Daddy Warbuck syndrome is the world revolves around them. That's their belief. Nothing can be done in this office unless I somehow figure this thing out. They still need me. I run this place. So a Daddy Warbuck will give someone instruction, about 80% of the instruction, and they don't do this consciously, they do it subconsciously. So all of a sudden when someone's working, they get stuck. They went as far as they know how to go. And guess who shows up to save the day? Daddy Warbucks. It's a great way to have that belief in your head that this place can't run without me. So you got to make sure, are you clear in your expectations? So when we look at, and we have the capacity, this is not easy, of controlling your time and space, controlling where you are, when you're driving home tonight, when you're walking with the kids, when you're sitting down with your spouse, where is your brain? Why are you thinking about work when your brain's in the living room? Why are you thinking about something else when your feet are in the kitchen with the kids? Why are you thinking about other stuff while you're at work? Be where you are. Think of the past, know what you got to do, learn from it, and let it go. And it's not easy because your brain loves beating you up sometimes. So it's going to take time. But always remember, whenever you have feelings inside of you, anxiety and sadness, and frustration, it's your body saying you're about to get impacted. You're about to have your self-limiting beliefs pop up. So present moment, again, stand tall, head, boom, heart, bingo, gut, feet, solid, straight down, T-bar. So what I want you to do is take a look at how to make 2021 phenomenal for you moving forward. Is practice these things. It takes time. But to be present, to be in the present moment and get rid of that fetal emotional state. And it's, by the way, if you're 50 years old and you've been doing this for 45 years, 50 years, you ain't going to fix it in 3 days. So it's going to take some time, but those baby steps are massive. This is really the part of with Sandler when you're talking about the IR theory. So being present, having the capacity to understand your mind. When you think about the past is for simply one thing, lessons. Great technique you can do is every day before you go home from work, you should have all your people do the same thing. Every day before they either go home or walk out of the office into the den, is ask themselves, what did I learn today? What was my lesson? What could I have done better at? What could I do more of? What do I have to do differently? Always think for areas for improvement and then let it go. It's a hard one, but you got to let it go. Next piece is the future. Looking out there, looking up where you want to go, have that anxiety. When that anxiety kicks in, hopefully it motivates a lot of you. But if it doesn't, it starts to create a little bit of fear and worry into there. Ask yourself before you get off that, before you get stuck into that quicksand, what do I have to do to gain control? What do I have to do to fix this? What do I have to do to at least have an impact? Because I am making my reality 10 times worse than it really is. Come on, we are nervous about something that hasn't even happened. And some of us, we start to think about something that hasn't happened to the point where it immobilizes. We make it so bad. It hasn't even happened yet. We make it bad. So what's your actions? Have a plan. And if you're going to delegate, make sure you follow up on it. And then with people and process, this is big. It's about frustration, which creates anger. Lots of anger. I have people who are trying to delegate down. I have people who are in power, trying to release power to other people. All these things happen because of people and process and the frustration to anger. So always ask yourself, was I insanely clear with my expectations? Ask them, what was the expectation? Do you know how to do it? You got to know the adult learning module, right? Do they have the awareness? Do they have the knowledge? Was I clear about the application? Always remember something. My wife and I have a different of perceptions and different of sometimes a disagreement about how we should go to the grocery store. She wants to go one way, I go a different way. She believes her way is right, I believe my way is right. You always have to remember something as being someone who's in charge of revenue. There's always a different way to get to the grocery store. So as you start to move forward in 2021, I hope these are some good techniques that can help you become present in the present moment, gain control, let go of those futile emotional states, and enjoy the rest of the summit. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Glenn. Nicely done, Glenn. And give him +1s in the chat there for Glenn Matson. They asked that if you didn't notice the similarities, that is the brother of David Matson, our president and CEO. But Glenn gets a +100 for painting his wall of the same theme color of our summit today. So bonus points to Glenn for matching our color scheme, and an amazing presentation as always. Gets me energized, fired up, and ready for the year. So we have a nice break here. We have another round of speakers. So we are still going strong, and we're going to finish strong with John Rosso here in about 15 minutes. But we wanted to give you a quick break. If you need to step away from the screen, stand up, stretch the legs, do what you got to do, now would be a great time to do that. And as always, a bunch of stuff that you can do in the meantime. So subscribe to the How to Succeed podcast. You can get Dave Matson's new book, Sandler.com/Dave's book. It's called Scaling Sales Success for Sales Leaders and Owners. And use those hashtags. Tweet your takeaways now from Dave Matson's talk at #Sandler Summit, @Sandler Training on all social media. Now, here's a question for you. In one word, what do you want to be in 2021? So if you haven't joined us yet over chat in North America, you can text Virtual Summit to 22333 to join, and then text your message. I almost guarantee at this time of the day we get somebody to text in Virtual Summit here as the thing they want to be in 2021. So once you're in the text, you just reply to the text and your answer will show up there. And if you are not in North America, or you want to use your cell phone or laptop, open a browser, go to polev.com/virtual summit. I see successful with the smiley face right in the middle, winning big. Happy is also a great answer for sure. I see rich growing there. Better is a great answer. Better is always a great answer for what you want to be. Who do you want to be might also be a good question here. But I love, what do you want to be? Champion, amazing. I also see 30 in there. I love 30. That's a great answer. I think if you're 29, it's also a great answer if you're over 30. 30 would be a great thing to be for sure. One of the Sarahs shouted out Elon Musk. Thank you for that. Better is great. Focused, great answer there. Focused is growing in the middle. Lots of people shouting that out for sure. Wow, over on YouTube, Glenn Matson got a +1 million. He's up 2 million points on our other speakers now, thanks to Drew and Andrew. Very nicely done. Shiva, thank you for shouting out too. Very impactful session there. And great answers for who do you want to be and what do you want to be in 2021. I saw Superwoman on there. That's a great answer. Empowering. Awesome. Millionaire. Great. Velociraptor, always a good call for sure. I'm not so sure about T. I don't know how that works in, but great answers growing in the chat. I appreciate it. Again, we're just hanging out for the next 15 minutes or so and having a good time. So if you want to take a break, do what you got to do, now would be a great time to do that. It's also a great time. You have 15 minutes to take the Sandler Research Center survey. So the link is in the chat in Zoom. We'll post it over here in YouTube as well. Go to sandler.com/survey and take our second quarter survey for the Sandler Research Center. And you'll get early access to the results. So if you take it now, you get to participate with thousands of other people around the world, but then we'll send you the results, a sneak peek as soon as they're processed and the survey closes. And you will also get emailed the full report. So when we come out with all of our analysis and what that means for the rest of the year, we'll share that with you as well. Great answers. I appreciate you chatting out in our poll. I'm going to switch it up here. So final votes for this poll here before we switch to another one. What do you want to be in 2021? On Team Sarah, great answer for sure. Great takeaways from, we don't want to start the drinking game. Great takeaways from Glenn Matson's chat. One of the Sarahs said you have to take a drink every time a Sarah posts in the Zoom. That would not be a good game to play. I do not recommend that at all, unless you need a shot of caffeine this break here for sure. All right, we don't have the link yet for next year's summit, but we have a lot of people asking about it. So here's the deal. We are hoping to be back live in Orlando, Florida at the Rosen Center in 2022. It'll be March 9th through the 11th. I think the best thing to do right now is keep following Sandler Training. We'll send plenty of notices when we get that up and everything lined up, and we know that we can join back together next year. So we'll post links to that, and you can follow and check us out anytime, sandler.com/summit, and we'll keep that page updated with the latest news. But right now, it's still up for this event because we're still rolling. So successful in 2021. I hope you are happy. I hope you are, and better for sure, our top winners in this poll. Let's try another one. What is your number one goal for 2021? Tracy Bullock was talking about your goals. What is the one thing you would like to accomplish in the next 12 months? Have some answers coming in here. Goals, hitting the sales goals, growth, for sure. Thanks for that, John. Divorce, I don't know if that's a great goal or not to have, but if you finish that one out, might help you grow and hit your other goals. Health, great. Sign more partners. New business, recover physically and financially. That's a great goal. Debt-free, super goal there for sure. Love that. On the top of my game. I love that. Survive. Manage growth. A lot of growth goals here. That's awesome. Always good answers. Okay with yourself. I think that's a perfect goal. Make $100,000, pay off student debt, fund the retirement. Love these. Lots of debt-free, a lot of money goals. Hit your overall sales goals. Hire a salesperson and a web designer. Love those goals, Tammy. Nicely done. Frank, fit in your bathing suit. Yeah, always a good goal for sure. We're coming up on that time of the year. Love it. Make $100,000 coming in. That 1 million in profit. There you go. Now we're talking. Lead my family and employees. Love that. Who said that? Lawrence. Great answer, Lawrence. I appreciate it. All right. We got about 5 minutes on this one. So shout it out. Make your pledge publicly at polev.com/virtual summit. What is your number one goal for for 2021. You can commit to it now. We'll crank up the tunes here for a minute, let these roll through, and shout out a few of the other great answers here. Excellence in sales and service. 10 prospects converted to a customer. Nice job, Jim, there. And fitness, great, love it. Revise the cookbook. You can crank that one out today, my friend. Crank that and knock that goal out, and we'll set another one for the rest of the year. How about that? Be a good father, great. Complete health emotionally and at work. Nice. All right, we'll come back here in just about 5 minutes and kick this off. There we go. All right, this is your 5-minute warning. We are 5 minutes to John Rosso. We are going down south this time, Charleston, South Carolina, to John Rosso, also one of our David H. Sandler Award winners, highest honor for Sandler trainers, and he's the author of Prospect the Sandler Way, one of our all-time best-selling books. That one is in the top 5 for sure. I think it might be at 3 or 4 even, Prospect the Sandler Way, if you haven't checked that out. And I saw some great answers here in the chat. Double in 2020 revenue, great goal there. I also saw MHE's number 1 Fran. I don't know if that meant number 1 fan, or if you just want to be their number 1 Fran. I think that's a very achievable goal there as well. Better income, better mindset. Love that. We also got Dinosaur and Velociraptor there. I'm not sure what those goals are, but maybe we're still going back to the what do you want to be? Great things. Buy a Range Rover. I'm down for that. Yeah, let's do it. And I saw have your cake and eat it too, which you can also accomplish today and then set a new goal. So, you can get on Uber Eats. They'll bring you a cake. You can have that done by the time John Rosso is finished speaking. So have your cake and eat it too for sure in 2021. Enjoy it. Again, I want to give some shout outs. There's a lot of people behind the scenes making this happen. So Aaron and Ben from CCR helping us produce the event today. We also have Chris and Tom and Erica and Kristen and Tiffany, all kinds of people on the line for Sandler right now, helping us behind the scenes and finding all of those documents. So we've shared a lot of stuff today, and we got a large team of people in Sandler Online and marketing, putting together all these links and hashtags and getting you everything that you need so that you can go out and crush it this year. So if you have a question about any of those links, just ask your Sandler trainer, or go ahead and tweet us at Sandler Training or hashtag Sandler Summit, and we'll make sure that you get the link you need. But lots of stuff out there. You can get Dave's new book, sandler.com/Dave's book. You can take the What Buyers Want Sandler Research Survey at sandler.com/survey. There's only a couple things left on the agenda, but that was sandler.com/agenda. If you wanted to hear what happened today, all of the recordings from today will be in Sandler Online. That's learn.sandler.com. And you can request a password there and get logged back into Sandler Online. We'll have those recordings up next week, along with some of these documents like the 30-second commercial creator, the top 10 behavior tools from Bill Bartlett, and the talk tracks from Dave Matson. So lots of good stuff we'll pack in there in the Sandler e-learning library. If you don't have an account, you can create a new one. There's a button right there when you log into Sandler Online that says create a new account at the bottom of the login. So if you don't have one, you can get one right now and get access to all of those things. All right, just about a couple of minutes away. So 2-minute warning to John Rosso. Again, we have the podcast, How to Succeed podcast, which I host every Monday, a brand new episode, and lots of great stuff in there. I talk to authors and experts from around the world, as well as Sandler trainers about how to succeed at different topics. Nice 20, 30-minute podcast that you can enjoy in a workout on the treadmill, a commute if you still have one of those, or just take it with you while you're, vacuuming the house, doing what you got to do. In the shower, if you got a Google or a Alexa that can play it for you without breaking your phone or anything. And then don't forget, we got one last talk here. So look and listen for attitudes, behaviors, and techniques. Those are the Sandler success triangle. What are some new beliefs that you need to have in order to be successful in 2021? What are some new behaviors that you need to do in order to find more success? Maybe something that you need to do more of, do less of, do differently, do better. Great behaviors you can write down in your notes. And then techniques. Look for those tools, tips, hacks, any of the tricks that you can use from Sandler's training to make you more successful at what you are doing. Look for all 3 of those. We're going to finish strong with John Rosso from Charleston, South Carolina, a David H. Sandler Award winner, longtime Sandler trainer, and author of Prospect the Sandler Way. John Rosso is going to finish us strong with his talk, Finish Strong. So take it away, John, and let's do this thing.
All right. Thank you, Mike. I appreciate it. Just very, very cool. So cool to be part of the first virtual summit. I look forward to seeing y'all here next year. as well. So many cool things. Jody Williamson on video, Casey, Bill, Glenn, just really happy to be a part of this. And for today, I'm going to talk about finishing strong. So you heard a lot about mindset. Today is really, this piece will be a little bit more about technique, right? So we'll talk about 6 keys to shortening the sales cycle and gaining commitment. Today is all about thinking. The whole day is about how can you think more effectively? How can you think differently to win? So let's finish strong. Let's finish today strong. Let's finish the quarter strong. Let's finish the year strong. Let's be 10Xers. Let's be elite. So I'm going to start you off with a quick exercise. So take a look. What's the relationship among these 3 coins? Take your time. Just think. I want you to do 2 or 3 things. You can put them in chat if you like. What's the relationship among these 3 coins? Just jot down an answer or throw it in chat. Either way is okay. All right, we're starting to see some things. So many of us, again, we say, all right, they're all money, they're all silver, they're all round, they're all dead white men, they all say liberty, they're all currency. And notice there's something we call a sameness filter. Most of us focus on the sameness of things. Again, today I want us to think differently. You've seen this model, you've seen the Sandler success triangle, right? It's attitude, behavior, technique. Attitude being what you think, feel, and believe. Behavior being what you do. And technique being how you do it. Let's talk a little bit about each. So from an attitude perspective, it's what we think, feel, and believe. Here's a couple of attitudes I'd ask you to adopt. And again, one of the questions I have for you at the end of this virtual summit is what's one belief system that you'll change? So here's a couple you may want to adopt. You can't lose what you don't have. Too many people play the game not to lose instead of playing the game to win. And so you can't lose what you don't have. You can't lose what you don't have. So be assertive in asking the right questions. Jody introduced the ethical selling model last summit. Right? The ethical selling model says it is unethical to sell somebody something they don't need. Amen, easy. It's equally unethical to not sell somebody something they do need. It's our moral imperative to be able to do that. Get 5 seconds of gutsiness. What I found, I have a big inner wimp inside of me, a 6-year-old child who wants to feel good. Every once in a while, I just have to step it up, feel the fear, and do it anyway, and get 5 seconds of courage. In the end, me and the prospect, you and your prospect, you and your customer, you really want the same thing. How can they get the single best solution? If it's not us, let's leave. If it is us, it is our moral and ethical responsibility to sell that deal. And be gutsy in the questions you ask, because you really can ask a good prospect a reasonable question. If you ask them a reasonable question, they'll answer. If they won't answer a reasonable question such as, how does the paperwork for a decision like this move throughout the process? If they say none of your business, mind your own business, we're just asking you for information, chances are they're not a great prospect. So we're going to focus on 6 key slight differentiators to finish strong, close the deal, move it over the finish line. But let's talk first about, so what's changed in the last year? Wow, what has changed in the last year? I'm going to give you an example of mindsets I've chosen to believe. You can argue with them or not argue with them. I believe access to decision makers is a whole lot easier. They used to be on planes, trains, and automobiles. Now they're available if you've got something valuable to say. I used to believe relationships were built on my presence, on you and I sharing a loaf of bread and a glass of wine, which is still great, and I can't wait to go back to that. But relationships are built on trust, not just presence. Our clients, our customers, our prospects, they're trying to figure out this world. We can help. We are the cure for whatever ails them, right? We need to control the process. We need to make it more efficient for our buyer. They're looking for quicker paybacks, 30, 60, 90 days. Let's make it effective. And boy, who else besides me, right? Show of virtual hands. Who else besides me have learned you can close $1 million deals and never even meet someone? Who even thought that was possible a year ago? I mean, there's a McKinsey study out in November, which talks a little bit about how this has changed, and we're shocked that we're closing $500,000, $1 million, $2 million deals without meeting anybody. Now, what are the challenges? So we have met the enemy, and he is us, right? Because one of the challenges as salespeople, we are pathologically optimistic, right? Dan Pink, in his book, To Sell is Human and To Sell is Human, he coined the phrase pathologically optimistic. We have happy ears. Happy ears is defined as you only hear what you want to hear. And by the way, we've got to be pathologically optimistic. We deal with adversity and rejection on a daily basis. So we've got to be careful with happy ears. And one of the key places I see happy ears is at the end of the sales call. So here is lesson number one. Lesson number one is ask yourself at the end how the call ended. Don't ask yourself how the call went. I would say 99% of people, hey, I heard you had a call with ABC. How'd it go? How did it go? It was great. Oh my gosh. His son, my son went to the same university. We hit it off right off the bat. So when I ask people how the call went, generally it sounds like the beginning of a fairy tale. Once upon a time, right? Once upon a time, there was these 3 little pigs. And what I'm interested in is understanding, is the wolf gone? Are the pigs alive? So ask yourself, how did it end? There was a study done by a company called the Sales Board out of Minnesota, 2018 study. 64% of salespeople have no advancement, no clear next step after the call. So here's a couple things we need to know. Before the call begins, in our pre-call planning, we've got to ask ourselves, how do we want the call to end? Let's define what yes means. Let's define what yes means. Yes could mean you're taking out your calendars and scheduling a deeper dive. Yes could mean you're taking out your calendars and you're getting together the stakeholders and the technical folks to do a scoping meeting. Yes could mean at the end of this, they'll give you a PO. There's a lot of different things that happen, but we've got to define what yes means. In fact, what you need to do is think at the end of the meeting, if your prospect or customer says, hypothetically, this was a tremendous meeting, John. I really appreciate it. This was great. What should we do next? Now, they may never ask you that, but you ought to be imagining that question at the end of the meeting. If your prospect or customer says to you, tremendous meeting, John, loved it, excellent. What should we do next? You need to have the answer to what should we do next. Let me make a suggestion. I'll share with you what typically happens next. And share with them what typically happens next, because oftentimes people do not know how to buy what you're selling. And Jody did a wonderful job on pre-recorded video. Oh my goodness. Right. Leverage the technology and the tools you have today. You can create a good upfront contract. That's the Sandler phrase for setting clear agendas and getting agreement as to what's going to happen at the end of a meeting. Use pre-recorded video. Pretending we're on pre-recorded video. Hey, Bob. Hey, Jim. Looking forward to speaking with you Thursday on a web call from 2 to 2:45. I've sort of mentally thought through a draft agenda for the meeting. Let me share it with you and tell me if this makes sense to you. And lay out the agenda, the purpose of the meeting, their expectations, your expectations. Lay out the decisions you're expecting to be made at the end and do it by video. Because again, then it takes the pressure off having to execute all the time live. When the meeting's over, use pre-recorded video. Let's pretend, again, show of mental hands, virtual hands, ever have a meeting where most of the team showed up, but the decision maker did not show up. In the old days, we struggled with pre-recorded video. We're now able to get to that decision maker fairly directly. As an example, let's pretend it was Jim and Bob who showed up. Ms. Decision Maker didn't show up. She had a crisis. We now have a chance to do a summary meeting, a summary pre-recorded video, and an upfront contract for the next step. Hey, Bob. Hey, Jim. Hey, Ms. Decision Maker. Really appreciate Jim and Bob, you taking the time. Sorry we missed you, Ms. Decision Maker. Things happen. We certainly understand. What I thought I would do is take a moment to summarize the conversation that Jim and Bob and I had. I want to make sure we're still on the same page. And Ms. Decision Maker, I want to make sure it makes sense to you. So we may need to chat separately. Summarize that meeting. Put your clear expectations out on the table. And in today's web-based Zoom world, you can literally show your calendar. At the end, say, well, let me make a suggestion. Bring up your calendar, show them your calendar, and begin to talk a little bit about when the next date is. Clearly defined, mutually agreed to in the calendar. Next step. So one of the things I want you to note, one of the action items I want you to have is, before any meeting, begin to think and ask yourself the question. If your prospect turns to you and says, great meeting, John, what should we do next? Have the answer. Write down the answer. So one, ask yourself how it ended. Ask your teammates how it ended. Don't fall in the trap of asking how the call went. Second one, get evidence. Get evidence, right? Here's the challenge. There's an old joke that said, if you were arrested under the charge of being a salesperson, would there be enough evidence to convict you? So evidence means take a look at your sales process, divide it into stages, and begin to think through what's the exit criteria for each of those stages. What's the exit criteria for each of those stages? Too many people rely on assumptions, thoughts, and feelings. Debriefing a sales call. Bob, do they have money? They must have money. Why would they ask me to put together a proposal if they didn't have money? Hey, Jim, do they have money? Well, they're a bank. I mean, banks always have money, right? So don't deal in assumptions. Don't deal in thoughts and feelings. Get yourself and your team to rely on what the prospect either said or did. And so divide your sales process into stages and begin to think through what are the exit criteria for each of those stages. Decide in advance this question. Here's an action item. You may want to take a quick note. Action item. Ask yourself or your teammates. Ask yourself or your teammates, what question do I want answered by the end of this meeting? What question do I, salesperson, want answered by the end of this meeting? And what evidence? What's the evidence I need to support it? So one, make sure you know how the call is ending. Have it clearly defined, mutually agreed to in the calendar. Next step. Two, get evidence. Don't rely on assumptions, thoughts, and feelings. That's too much wiggle room for the deal to squiggle away. Third, how many times has a deal pushed in your life? How many times have we forecasted it to come over the table and it just hasn't come over? We've got to get good at quantifying pain. We've got to get good at quantifying pain. We have to help them understand. We've got to lead them through a discovery of how much it's costing them to wait. Right? If you think about the way people are motivated to buy, pain, fear, pleasure in the present, pleasure in the future, Think for a moment, scribble down. You can chat it if you want. Out of those four motivators, pain, fear, pleasure in the present, pleasure in the future, which one of those is the most dominant, the most compelling, the most motivating? Take a moment. Pain, fear, pleasure in the present, pleasure in the future. If you wrote fear, fear is pain in the future. The most motivating of all those is pain, pain, pain. Take this next guess. How much more motivating is pain, which is categorized as moving away from a negative consequence, loss framing, versus moving towards a pleasant consequence, gain framing? How much more motivating is pain than pleasure? Take a shot. What percentage greater motivator is pain than pleasure? And research has been done on this. Dr. Daniel Kahneman, Princeton University, Nobel Prize for Economics, 2002. A recent book out in 2020 called The Power of Bad, John Tierney, worth reading. Pain is a 5x, a 500% better multiplier. So one of our jobs is to be able to have business discussions. Once we understand their issues, once we understand their concerns, we prioritize them, we get examples, we understand how long it's been a problem, what have they done to fix it so far. Now we've got to talk impacts, because people buy impacts. And there's a methodology to it. So you may want to take out a pen or so, and you may want to jot this down. But our first thought is, what are we impacting? What are the KPIs, key performance indicators, metrics, measurements? What are the key KPIs we can affect? Take a moment right now. Like in our world, take a moment right now and think through, what are some of those metrics in your world? In our world, it could be close rate, percentage of discounting, how long the sales cycle is, number of new accounts you bring in a year. In your world, it could be throughput, productivity, machine downtime, rejects. So take a moment and think through a metric that your solution helps with. And then here's the methodology. 1, uncover that KPI, listen for those KPIs. 2, where are they today? Right? If you understand where they are if downtime's the metric, where are they today? 3, where do they want to be? Ideal world, where do they want to be? By the way, if they don't know the answer to that, use case studies or third-party stories to tell them that. So where are they? What's the metric? Where are they today? Where do they want to be? What's the value, the delta? What's the value of that difference? And then build it up, build it up. What's the value of the difference over time? What's the value of that difference over 2 years, 3 years, 4 years? Those are big numbers, but that's not good enough. Once you build it up, it's time to chunk it down. By not taking action, by not bringing your solution in, what's it costing them on a monthly basis? What's it costing them on a weekly basis? Lead them through a discovery process to understand what it's costing them on a daily basis. Is doing nothing an option? Build that business case together. And again, if they don't know, if they say, well, I have no idea what it cost me, use a phrase like, would you like to know? Ms. Prospect, would you like to know? Well, of course. So let's work through this together. Ultimately, when you've chunked it down to what it's costing them per month, per week, per day, we need to ask this question. Is that a lot? Is that a lot or a little? Is it a lot or a little? If you do this well, they get angry. I know that sounds crazy, but they get angry. Of course, it's a lot of money. Is it enough to care? Is it enough to make it a priority? Put resources to it. Is it enough to take action? Because again, doing nothing is an option unless the cost of not doing something outweighs the cost of doing nothing. Your prospect, your customer will sit. So let's focus on impact and the cost of doing nothing by chunking it up, by building it up, and then ultimately chunking it down. So again, 3 things: know how the meeting ended. 2, get evidence, get evidence. What question do you want answered by the end? 3, understand the metrics, build the business case. Work through and build it up and chunk it down so that your prospect knows how much each day it's costing them to wait. If not, you may find yourself in perpetual stall mode. 4, a lot of salespeople do a really good job on understanding a decision timeline. Now, again, this is a horrible question. Jim, when do you see yourself making this decision? It's probably the most lied to question ever. So we've got to get good at doing timelines. If today is March 25th, and you've gone and done your due diligence, you're evaluating your options, you've met internally to put your requirements together, you've selected a vendor, it's been vetted and put through procurement, you've let a contract and a PO out, things have been shipped, now they're installed, your people are trained, and it's in the field generating revenue for you. Always make the right side of that line when they're receiving the economic benefits. The left side is today's date. Now, once they say, well, we would need that done by latest September 30th this year, understand the why behind the when. Here's 4 key questions. Again, if you want to take notes. 1, what's driving that date? What are the business drivers? What's driving that date? 2, and one of the more important ones, what are the consequences, if any, of missing that date? If you cannot answer that question, your forecast is going to push. 3, optional. Are there any incentives, if possible, to even pull that date in? Are there any incentives, if possible, to pull that date in? And 4, not optional. Is doing nothing an option? Is doing nothing an option? So let's understand the why behind the when, because if you don't understand the consequences of missing that date and is doing nothing an option, forecast is going to push. 5, enter the danger. What I mean by enter the danger is if you feel it, say it gently. Enter the danger, all those things we never wanted to say. An example, Mr. Prospect, let me ask you this. I know you're unhappy, but you've been with your current supplier for 6 years. When push comes to shove and you're sitting in your committee meeting, is it realistic to move away from your current supplier? And let's say someone says, it's COVID, there's been so much change. Why don't we wait till things calm down? Tell me a little bit about that conversation. What will you say? Enter the danger. If you feel it, say it. Brainstorm with your team. One of my colleagues who you saw earlier, Jody Williamson, came up with this thing called the pre-mortem analyzer, right? We all know what a post-mortem is. Hey, now that we lost it, shoot, let's figure out why we lost it. Do a pre-mortem analyzer. Brainstorm with your team. What are the possible reason or reasons why we might lose this deal? Let's be vulnerable. And now what can we do today to begin to mitigate that challenge? Enter the danger. If you feel it, say it gently. Action item, take your largest, most strategic deals and do a pre-mortem. Brainstorm and analyze. If something were to go wrong, what would it be? And then begin to put an action plan in place to mitigate it. So again, know how the call ends, get evidence, quantify it, right? In dollars and cents, what's it costing each day? Know the why behind the when, enter the danger, and finally, get a commitment. It is not a deal until you get the check and it clears. And on the way to the bank, keep one eye over your shoulder, because verbal agreements are often worth the paper they're printed on, right? The faintest ink is worth more than the strongest memory. So here's a couple of steps. If they give you a commitment, make sure it's a commitment. If they say, hey, this sounds great, we ought to get started. Notice wishy-washy words like sounds, oughta. Use a technique called stroke, repeat, clarify. Stroke, repeat, clarify. Hey, Bob, I really appreciate you saying this sounds great and we ought to get started. And I'm excited to get started. It's the right decision for you. When you say ought to get started, it sounds great. Does that mean there's still some unanswered questions, or are we ready to put a contract in place and get started? Buckle down the commitment, get a commitment. If they give you a commitment, restate it in your terms to make it even more specific. Let's get started. Perfect, Bob. I just want to make sure we're on the same page. When you say let's get started, here's what I think I hear you saying. We're going to select the final participants, pick a kickoff date, sign the agreement, shake hands, get started, or am I missing something? And then be gutsy enough to rehearse them about what can go wrong. Hey, now that we've got an agreement, Bob, when you go share with your team that you're moving forward with initiative B, what do you think they're going to say? And you've got to rehearse them on two areas: buyer's remorse, as well as all the external factors that may work to talk them out of it, including their existing supplier. Finally, tell them what they're not allowed to do. Tell them what they're not allowed to do. They're not allowed to back out. Now, how do you say that? Here's how it sounds. Because here's what I'm looking to avoid, Jim, if at all possible, is we go back, we get all the collateral and the material set aside to work with you on your marketing initiative, and then I get a phone call 2 days, 3 days, a week from now saying things have changed. Listen, if things are going to change, that's okay, but we ought to talk about it now. What I'm trying to avoid is that phone call. You don't see that happening by any chance, do you? No. So it's not a commitment till you get a check and it clears. And on the way to the bank, keep one eye over the shoulder. Lock that deal up. Post-sell that deal. A couple decisions I want you to make. One, know what yes means. At the end of each of your meetings, know what yes means. Two, know what questions need to be answered at the end of the meeting. Decide in advance on the questions that you need answered by the end of the meeting, and what evidence you'll have to support this. Brainstorm in advance of the meeting. What are the measurable KPIs, impacts that you can have on your client, your customer? Brainstorm with your team if there were one reason why you might lose. What is it? Know the consequences of missing that date. And is doing nothing an option? And feel comfortable and know that you rehearsed your prospect on what can go wrong. Be precise. Be a 10Xer. Think differently. Be a blessing to your clients. Do your part. Do not be outthought or out-prepared. Be gutsy 5 seconds at a time. Finish strong. Thanks, everyone. I really, really, really appreciate the time. Have a tremendous rest of the summit. Thanks so much for being here. Thank you.
John Rosso, everybody. Big plus ones for John Rosso, finishing it strong here for us with the Sandler Virtual Summit. So exciting. I am ready for the big finish, so I'm going to help you wrap it up and finish strong right now. But first, I wanted to give John Rosso trouble for not finishing his Rubik's Cube over his left shoulder there. So you can finish that strong here by the end of our time, John. Knock that one out for us. We are going to finish with a Sandler knowledge quiz. I thought this would be fun. We still have about 3,500 or so people on the line here. And so we're going to do a quiz. Now, if you're watching on YouTube, you're going to want to go to pollev.com/virtual summit and then pay very close attention to your browser, because on YouTube, you might be just a few seconds behind and you can win up to 1,000 points per correct answer, but you're going to have to buzz in quickly and speed counts. So if you wait for you to hear the question over my voice, or you wait until you see it in YouTube, the question might be halfway over. All right. So this is testing Sandler knowledge. If you have never done Sandler training before, you probably won't do very well, but you're certainly welcome to play along. But if you have been a Sandler client, you've at least gone through foundations or a boot camp, I think you can do pretty well here. And I thought it would be fun with a few thousand people to see who is the fastest on the button and who knows their Sandler knowledge the best. So I'm stalling here a little bit to give everybody a chance to log in because we're going to do this simultaneously. So right now, go to pollev.com/virtual summit if you want to participate. We're going to start the quiz here in about 2 minutes. 2 minutes, we'll start the quiz. So everybody pull up a browser, open it up. Yes, my money is on Sarah P for sure, but we're actually going to get real names this time because you're going to type them in. And I would also say Sandler trainers, maybe you wait a little second on those buttons. I think most of our Sandler trainers will do well in this quiz today, but I have thrown some quick questions in because trick questions, because with over 3,000 people playing, I had to make some difficult questions and make you read a lot and make you slow down to see who can really get there. So we'll start easy, then we'll speed up. There's 10 questions in our Sandler Knowledge Bowl. Big finish to see who in the world knows their Sandler training the best. So as always, you can, if you don't want to play, you can just share your thoughts and takeaways at Sandler Training, hashtag Sandler Summit, and share your takeaways or give shout outs in the chat. But we are going to play right now. So I said right now because I'm going to give YouTube a couple of seconds to catch up, and I'm hitting to the next slide. So get ready, watch your screens. Do not watch Zoom, do not watch YouTube. Watch your browser, pollev.com/virtual summit right now. Here we go. Question number 1. This should always precede a reverse. This should always precede a reverse. You should see the answers on your screen now. Pattern interrupt, upfront contract, hand sanitizer, or softening statement. 10 seconds left on the clock. And the answer is, everybody buzz in. Softening statement is correct. 57% of you got in on time. So again, I'm going to slow down here a little bit. Make sure you are watching your screen and you are seeing when these questions are popping up. Our second question is coming now. But first, our leaderboard, AC Rob, airtime, getting in there at 1,000. We still have lots of perfect scores in there. And all A names because they're listed in alphabetical order. So shout out to Bigfoot for sliding in there. But Andy, Alicia, Al, Ahmed, Adams, nicely done. Which of the following parameters is not part of the Sandler qualifying process? Which of the following parameters is not part of the Sandler qualifying process? Buzz in now. Budget, decision-making process, background check, pain. Which of the following is not one of the parameters of the Sandler qualifying process? The answer is background check. That's correct. 91% of you got that right. I told you we were going to start pretty easy. Pain, budget, and decision are the Sandler qualifying steps in the submarine. And that keeps most of our leaderboard the same, but we did have a couple of people drop off there with slow fingers. So Bradley, Brenda's, welcome to the top 10. Here we go. Question number 3. Which is not part of the Sandler pain puzzle? Not the pain funnel, the pain puzzle, which is not part of the Sandler pain puzzle. Buzz in now. Business reasons, specific example, personal impact, surface problems. Business reasons, specific example, personal impact, surface problems. Buzz in now. And the answer is, specific example is not one. So we start with surface problems. We go to business reasons for those surface problems, then the personal and emotional impact as we move through the pain funnel. But specific example is part of the pain funnel, not the pain puzzle. 38% of you means we have A new leaderboard. We're getting further down the alphabet all the way to J in the top 10. Still perfect. Jeff, Gene, Fred, Emma, Drew, David, Dave, Cameron, Brenda, and Ananth. Here we go. Next question. David Sandler said, selling is a Broadway play performed by a... Selling is a Broadway play performed by a... psychologist, psychiatrist, pessimist, optometrist. Selling is a Broadway play performed by a psychologist, psychiatrist, pessimist, optometrist. Lots of people giving away the answers in the chat, but if you are reading the chat, you are too slow and not going to get these answers. Let's check it out. It is psychiatrist. 36% of you got that right. I fooled a lot of you with the psychologist. Very close, but no points for you. I'm sorry. And now we are moving Lilia up into the top 10. Kevin, Kathleen, Carl, Gene, Fred, Drew, David, Dave, and Cameron in the top 10. Still perfect scores. Here is our next question. Which stage of the Sandler selling system begins the qualifying process? Which stage of the Sandler selling system begins the qualifying process? Decision, budget, pain, or post-sell? Decision, budget, pain, or post-sell? About 5 seconds. And the correct answer is pain. 81% of you got that right. I feel like that's a little easy, especially after we just asked about the qualifying steps. We knew you had a 1 in 3 chance there of guessing that one right. But all of you did much better. That breaks our leaderboard up to Quick Fingers, Paul, Michael, Lilia, Kathleen, Carl, Fred, Drew, Dave, Young, and Cameron still in the number 1 spot. A lot of pressure. I feel it building. Here we go. Next question. Which question is not part of the Sandler pain funnel? You had a lot of questions to read. There are about 7 or 8 questions, depending on how you count them, in the Sandler pain funnel. Which one is not included? Here are your options. Tell me more about that. How much does that cost you? How long has that been a problem? Good question. Why do you ask? Five seconds. The correct answer is, good question. Why do you ask is one of the favorite questions of every Sandler trained salesperson, but it is not part of the official Sandler pain funnel. 84% of you got that right and keeps our leaderboard largely the same, but Reese and RGT in there. Paul as well, squeezing out the top 10. Here we go. Next question. Which of the Sandler success triangles is the most important? This one is a tough one. Which of the Sandler success triangles is the most important? $20 seconds to buzz in. That's true. I did have a quick trick question on the last one because I gave you a statement and not a question, but tell me more about that is an implied question it is in the pain funnel. Thank you for correcting. And here we go. This is where I start weeding out you guys. 27%. None of the above is the correct answer. Attitude, behavior, and technique, all inextricably linked. You cannot succeed without any one of those. They are all important. So you have a great attitude, but you don't do the behavior, nothing happens. You do great attitude, great behavior, but you stink miserably, you still fail. And if you have a poor attitude, you generally don't do any of it. So all of them important. None of the above is our correct answer, which shakes up the leaderboard. We now have only 6 perfect contestants. Carl, Reese, Rob, Charlene, the Queen of England coming in. She has been studying for a long time, and guest 977. He is in the matrix and in the lead. Congratulations. Okay, here we go. One more question. What did David Sandler not want you to do? What did David Sandler not want you to do? Leave your child in the car, burn your bridges, spill your candy in the lobby, or go for the no. Which one did David Sandler not want you to do? Bob and Sarah gave you a hint in the chat, but you are out of time. The correct answer is spill your candy in the lobby. 60% of you got that right. So you leave your inner child in the car, you burn your bridges and commit to your goals, and you go for the no. I should have put lick strangers in there, but you do not want to spill your candy in the lobby. You save the candy for when you need to bribe somebody a little bit later in the sales process. That we got rid of one. Top 5 now. Carl, Reese, Rob, the Queen, and guest 977 still in here. Here we go. One more question. Oh, this is the hardest one. I've been teasing Dave's book all the time. www.sandler.com/Dave's book. Which of the following books was not written by David Matson? Not written by David Matson. Here we go. The Sandler Rules for Sales Leader, The Intentional Sales Manager, The Success Cadence, or Scaling Sales Success. Which one was not written by our president and CEO, David Matson? He now has, I think, 7 best-selling books. 3 of them are on the board right now. 1 was not written by David Matson. The new book was Scaling Sales Success, on sale now at Amazon at shop.sandler.com, sandler.com/Dave's book. But the correct answer is The Intentional Sales Manager. That was written by Pat McManaman in Florida. So that makes 34% of you correct. And our leaderboard, it's gotten shaken up, but we still have 4 undefeated people here. Carl, Rob, Queen, and guest. Last question. Which one is not an official Sandler rule? In the book, The Sandler Rules, there are 49 rules. We have many more other official rules, but one of these following is not an official Sandler rule. See if you can find it. Never answer an unasked question. No mutual mystification. Don't take no for an answer. No mind reading. All right. The correct answer is don't take no for an answer. 59% of you got that correct, and makes our final leaderboard the top 4. Congratulations, Carl, Rob, the Queen, and guest coming in undefeated, 10 for 10, super fast. Congratulations. I can't believe you made it all the way through. Honorable mention there for a user also in the Matrix 50946 TBD. And SpongeBob, Charlene, Chris Sensna, and Michael Brinson. Congratulations. Huge job. Nicely done. Now keep your browser open. I do have one more thing for you. We're going to upvote the top takeaways and lessons learned from today's session before we wrap this up. So at bullyv.com/virtual summit, where you should be already, you can also throw these out in the chat, but then we can't vote on them. Enter your top takeaways from today. And then once you've done that, give a thumbs up vote to any of these other lessons learned that you think are most impactful. So give other people a thumbs up, and we'll see these top rated answers here as they pop through. So new ones coming in. Need to believe in order to act. Your mind controls your actions. Be where your feet are and stay in I-10. Take time for yourself. Love that. Pre-recorded videos, definitely a big one today as well. Manage what you can control. Never ignore when you're behind. Change your psychology to change your energy. Create impact. Record videos. Lots of videos. Actions beats paralysis in the chat. How to end a call. Getting all the thumbs up votes right now. 115. 130 now for John Rosso up votes. Congratulations. If you stayed till the end, you got one of the best takeaways. How about that? 8 other upvotes for pre-recorded videos. So once you enter yours, make sure you upvote and give some votes for the others as well. Be brave, 5 seconds at a time. I love that. using video more coming in as well in our top answers. Let's see what else we have here in the top looks. Wait a second. Lost that. We'll get that back up. There we go. All right, top takeaways. How did the call end? Use pre-recorded video. Action breaks paralysis. We have focus on how the call ended, not on how the call started. Love that as well. And be in the present. First summit people have attended. I love this. We'll let you roll through these and keep upvoting. But while we're doing this, I do want to shout out that if you loved the virtual summit today, you are going to love the live summit next year in Orlando, Florida. So hopefully we get a chance to do that live. We'll be at the Rosen Center in Orlando, Florida. It is, I believe, March 7th through the 9th of 2022. If you want to keep following Sandler Training, any of the social media things, you'll definitely hear us talking about the virtual summit, but contact a local Sandler trainer as well. Get involved now. You don't have to wait till next year to learn more and earn more. You can do it right now, and you can get started by talking to a local Sandler trainer. If you have one, great. If you don't, go to sandler.com, click on the locations and find one near you. And I think there is a ton of interest in the recordings that we have from today. So those will be going in our Sandler e-learning library inside of Sandler Online. You can check those out at learn.sandler.com. Get your login, the recordings, and all of the documents shared today will be in the Sandler Online platform within the next week or so. We'll promise by next Friday for sure, but hopefully we'll have those processed and up there much sooner as well. Final shout outs to your Sandler trainers. Thank you everybody for attending. It has been great. Keep talking, keep the continuation going at Sandler Training using hashtag Sandler Summit. Keep the conversation going there. You can subscribe to the How to Succeed podcast as well. And keep working on those attitudes, behaviors, and technique. Grow to the next level, and we will see you in 2022. Thanks for watching, everybody. Have a great day. Good luck and good selling.
Pain, pain, pain.
First thing that I'm just challenging you to do over the next 2 days is to sit back and say, I'm great at what I do, but what do I need to do to go to the next level in tomorrow's environment? And that's the challenge. That's what I'd like you to think about.
Thanks for attending, everybody. We're going to close the session now. Have a great week and enjoy your 2021. We'll see you soon. Good luck. Good selling.